Hello, and welcome back. Exodus 5. Afterward, Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness." Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Then they said, "The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, or he may strike us with plagues, or with the sword." But the king of Egypt said, "Moses and Aaron, why are you taking the people away from their labor? Get back to your work." Then Pharaoh said, "Look, the people of the land are now numerous, and you are stopping them from working." That same day Pharaoh gave this order to the slave drivers and overseers in charge of the people. "You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw. But require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy. That is why they are crying out, 'Let us go and sacrifice to our God.' Make the work harder for the people so that they keep working and pay no attention to lies." Then the slave drivers and the overseers went out and said to the people, "This is what Pharaoh says. I will not give you any more straw. Go and get your own straw wherever you can find it, but your work will not be reduced at all." So the people scattered all over Egypt to gather stubble to use for straw. The slave drivers kept pressing them, saying, "Complete the work required for you each day, just as when you had straw." And Pharaoh's slave drivers beat the Israelite overseers they had appointed, demanding, "Why haven't you met your quota of bricks yesterday or today, as before?" Then the Israelite overseers went and appealed to Pharaoh. "Why have you treated your servants this way? Your servants are given no straw, yet we are told make bricks. Your servants are being beaten, but the fault is with your own people." Pharaoh said, "Lazy, that's what you are, lazy. That's why you keep saying, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.' Now get to work. You will not be given any straw, yet you must produce your full quota of bricks." The Israelite overseers realized they were in trouble when they were told, "You are not to reduce the number of bricks required of you for each day." When they left Pharaoh, they found Moses and Aaron waiting to meet them, and they said, "May the Lord look on you and judge you. You have made us obnoxious to Pharaoh, and his officials have put a sword in their hand to kill us." Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Why, Lord? Why have you brought trouble on this people? Is this why you sent me? Ever since I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has brought trouble on this people, and you have not rescued your people at all." May God bless the reading of his word. Okay, so, last time we did the bonus dungeons, and found that one was quite hard. And I did not beat it, despite going through it twice. So, this time, we're going to do some arena fights, and then attempt that dungeon one more time. Now that I've bought a whole bunch of items that should help make it easier.
World of Final Fantasy.
Oh, whoops, wrong one. North Promenade is where I went. Oh! There we go.
Going to the Colosseum?
Yes.
This way.
Consecutive battles. In consecutive battles, multiple battles will take place within one challenge. You will receive a reward after winning all the battles in the challenge. Select team names labeled consecutive battles to take on a consecutive battle challenge. Consecutive battle rules. In the consecutive battles, the following rules apply. HP and AP are fully restored at the start of each battle. Champion gauge starts at 0. Rewards will be issued at the conclusion of the final battle. The time attack goal time reflects the total time of all battles. A time attack reward will be given for finishing the challenge before the goal time expires. I'm not doing any time attacks today. I don't care enough. But we're going to attempt to...
So,
beat each
How
one
can I help you?
normally. Team White 1.
Let's begin.
Yeah, we got this.
I guess we're doing this.
Weak to fire, lightning, light.
Not done yet.
Oh, right!
Oh.
The finishing touch 1.
Let's begin.
Dude, it's on.
Let's make this good.
Ooh, we got something here that I have not seen. Alright. The behemoth stack is weak to fire and dark. Okay.
Okay!
Mini Mantoise. I have Flame Mantoise, and I'm sure I can just get it that way. So, weak to ice, wind, water, and dark. Okay.
Not done yet.
That wasn't so bad.
Well done.
And of course, the point of doing this is to get a bunch more items. Unlikely Alliance 1.
Let's begin.
Right, let's do this.
Here we go!
One of them is weak to fire, lightning, wind, and light. The other is weak to water, earth, and light. Which of,
No trouble at all.
Predictable.
Well done.
Yeah!
FF Classics 2.
Let's begin.
Come on, bring it!
Let's begin.
Weak to ice, lightning, and light.
I've got...
was a good fight.
Agility ++ C.
Well done.
No trouble at all.
High Flyers 2.
Let's begin.
Week 2. Wind, water, earth, and light.
Not done yet. That was a good fight.
Victory!
Resist Confusion Seed.
Well done.
We did it.
I wish it didn't scroll us back to the top every time. Team Blue 2.
Let's begin.
You were totally going down.
Oh, I don't know about this.
Week 2. Fire, Ice, Lightning, and Earth.
Ah!
how to
That
do it.
wasn't so bad.
Resist Slow Seed.
Oh,
We did it!
Team White 2.
let's begin.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
Be careful.
Week 2, Fire, Lightning, and Light.
Yeah!
Oh, this is gonna take a bit. don't have any, of course. Really? Alright, that's one of them down. This should be much easier now. Of course, come on. There we go.
No trouble at all.
Oh, yeah!
And that got me Une's mirror, which means I can get another another slot.
Come back soon.
For mirror jewels. Aha! An item reputedly said to empower Mirage Keepers.
Tell me what you desire.
The finishing touch 2.
Let's begin.
You're You're totally going down.
Oh, I don't know about this.
1 is weak to ice, wind, water, and dark. And the other is weak to fire and dark. That was reflect. That's fun. Fire and dark? I don't really have anything for that. I guess I can do flare. That's fun. All that, and you missed. Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh, I don't have the prism for it. Okay.
Victory!
I got a griffin's heart.
Oh,
Yeah!
farewell.
Oh. Sure, whatever.
Yes?
Yeah.
Farewell.
I should probably give him something a little better. Something that helps him actually survive. Agility Plus doesn't sound bad. Yeah, let's do that.
Tell me what.
Unlikely Alliance 2.
Let's begin.
Huh? No way!
Hey, are we up to this?
Fire, lightning, wind, and light. Versus water, earth, and light. That's fun.
Huh?
Is this one week 2 again? Water, earth, and light. Okay. And there's that one. Strength plus plus seed.
Well done.
Yeah!
Guardians of Fire and Water.
Let's begin.
Right, let's do this!
Here we go!
That one is weak to lightning and light. And the other is weak to water and light. go.
All right.
Victory!
Water gun seed.
Well done.
Guardians of Earth and Wind.
Let's begin.
Come on, bring it.
Let's begin.
Okay, that one is weak to ice and water. And the other is weak to wind, water, and dark. Okay. I don't have ice or water, so. But I do have wind. Do you have Siphon? No. Alright. Oh, that was fun. we go.
No trouble at all.
Oh yeah!
Iraga Seed.
Well done.
All right.
Calamari Time Bomb.
Let's begin.
Yeah, we got this.
I guess we're doing this.
Senchos, reflect magic back to create Prismativity. I don't have reflect. Okay. I can try though. And weak to fire. Okay. Carbuncle, do you not have reflect? Aha. Ha!
Victory!
Vanish Seed. Zenchos, a many-legged octopus squid thingy with a firm grasp of water magic. Yes, we know water isn't firm enough to be grasped. Nonetheless, this Mirage manages to pull it off, because the Zenchos never says Kanchos.
Well done.
No trouble at all.
Bad Fox. Bad Fox.
Let's begin.
I won't hold back.
Right, let's do this.
Inflict doom to create a Prismativity. Well, I'm not getting that one. Okay.
That wasn't so bad.
Oh-ho.
Shmup to no good.
Let's begin.
Hey, are we up to this?
You're totally going down.
Weak to lightning and water. Also with dark? Light and dark is neutral. Okay. That was an easy fight. Evasion plus seed.
Oh-ho.
Yeah!
Golem Destroyer.
Let's begin.
You're totally going down.
Oh, I don't know about this.
Weak to wind, and that's it. Okay.
No trouble at all.
Predictable.
Aurora Seed.
Oh ho.
Yeah!
A not so sweet Ifrit.
Let's begin.
Huh? No way!
Hey, are we up to this?
Weak to ice, water, and dark. Oh, free to star. Okay.
You did it!
That wasn't so bad.
And I looked up what sui generis means. It's Latin for unique. An exceptionally rare female Ifrit who's gunning for a spot in the regular FF lineup. She's tough enough to do it too. No wonder Ifrit doesn't like her. Sui Generis. This unique soul belongs to Ifrita from the main story.
Oh.
Yeah!
Say no to muscleheads!
Let's begin.
This looks like bad news.
I'll get us through this.
Face the Mirage with only one party member to create a Prism Trinity. Yay! Weak to Earth and Dark. Okay. And your stack is very weak to Dark. Alright. Well, I can't really inflict Dark, so... Actually, I should probably be... It's easier to take down a big stack. Less health. The magic pot has last stand, but it has way less health than Siren. Actually, it has the same amount. Still going to attack the magic pot, though. Oh, that's fine. Yay!
Victory!
Critical plus seed. And Ultra Star. A technical terror that absolutely loves the ladies. The feeling is not mutual. Seriously strong, seriously annoying. For better or for worse, and for all the wrong reasons, he's a legend. To be generous, this unique soul belongs to Ultros from the main story.
Oh, baby!
Well done.
Vanguard of Destruction.
Let's begin.
Oh, I don't know about this.
I'm not scared of you.
Elite Entom. It's fire attacks to create a Okay. Elite Intum, Cogna. It's got more than enough power to justify its name. Assuming we can call those sleeves, then it's got a whole slew of area elemental attacks up them. It may be red, but it's not the leader. We like to keep you guessing.
Oh,
All right.
That was another Star Wars reference. Man, the translation folk over it, for Square Enix love Star Wars references.
let's begin.
I missed the name of this one. Come on.
You are totally going down.
Oh, I don't know about this.
Physical attacks to create a prison immunity. Oh, it's part of a shark ball. Okay. Bismarck. What's it weak to? Lightning and wind. Okay.
do it.
Resist blindness seed. Bismarck, a colossal, and yet colossally hard to find, white mirage. But Bismarck is supposed to be a whale, you may be thinking as you run to the nearest wiki. Well, friend, we made some adjustments.
Well done.
We did it!
Okay, that was called Sovereign of the Sea. Alright. Succulent Succotash.
Let's begin.
This looks like bad news.
I'll get us through this.
Weak to lightning and water. Critical hit for Prism Immunity, and this is a war machine. Yay. It's neutron. It's neutron arc. Magic Defense ++ seed. War Machine, a Cogna armed to the bolts with a devastating array of powerful weaponry. Not to be confused with the Work Machine, which is another name for a very loud chocobo.
Oh,
Well, that ought to do it.
Justice misserved.
let's begin.
Be careful.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
Chivalry is weak to fire, lightning, earth, and dark. Ice attacks for prison opportunity. Alright. Oh, that was fast.
That was a good fight.
Wazaga Seed. Chivalry, a rare male Shiva. Drives his female counterpart up the wall with lengthy superhero monologues. Cannot be defeated with space rocks or the color yellow. So, those are references to DC Comics, particularly Superman and Green Lantern. Sui Generis, this unique soul belongs to Chivalry from the main story.
Well done.
All right.
Master of Ceremonies.
Let's begin.
Hey, are we up to this?
You're totally going down.
New Mirage. Master Tonberry. Weak to Earth. Deal a lot of damage at once to create a opportunity. Okay. Gonna start with, it's neutral on wind, so I'm gonna try Eraja. And hope that's enough. That is not nearly enough. Nice. Okay, it's time for her to give her shot. Blair.
Come on!
Not enough. Alright. Let's try Earth Hammer. Earth Spellstone, there we go. Not enough. Alright. Guess we're not catching this thing. This isn't too hard of a fight. Especially since sharpened knife keeps missing. I imagine this would be a lot harder if he could actually land an attack, but... yeah.
That was a good fight.
Victory!
Doga's artifact.
Well done.
All right.
Come back soon. Tell me what you desire.
The Cranberry Knights.
Let's begin.
I'm not scared of you.
Watch it. This'll be a tough one.
New Mirage. Master Moogle. Absorbs fire, weak to water. Use magical enhancements on the Mirage to create a Prism Divinity. Oh, I can do that pretty easily. I don't know if both of them can do it, but I know at least one of them can. Oh, yeah, here we go. I got a rat tail! Master Moogle, everybody's favorite fuzzball with a funny way of talking, Kupo. But don't mistake this particular pom-pom parader for your average Moogle, a unique soul that belongs to Mog from the main story.
Well done.
Well, that ought to do it.
Come back soon.
Oh, this ought to help out.
So, how can I help you?
Well, with those items, that should help a lot. We got 4 more slots for Mirajewels. The Evasion Persuasion.
Let's begin.
I'll get us through this.
This looks like bad news.
The Mirage. Master Cactuar. Inflict evasion down to create a Prism Trinity. Very weak to fire.
1,000 needles!
That's pretty weak for where we are in the story. Do I have the ability to do evasion down? Nope. Not on you anyway. But I have Fyra. Ooh, that's a lot. How about you? Nope. Okay. Okay, 1,000 needles is low damage, but he's doing it every single turn. And there's no defense against it either. It just does a static 1,000. He's very, very fast. Evasion ++ seed.
Oh,
No trouble at all.
Legacy of Ancient Ronka.
let's begin.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
Be careful.
Deal a lot of damage at once. It's weak to lightning and water.
There!
Is that good enough? No. Alright, how about this? Nope. Alright, fine. I'd restart. Okay. Ow. There we go. Vince plus seed.
Oh.
All right.
The bane of organic life.
Let's begin.
I'm not scared of you.
Watch it. This'll be a tough one.
Omega Bane. Really weak to lightning, and water. A little weak to water.
Okay.
It's literally just a harder version of the thing I just fought. on. That's nearly down. There we go. HP plus seed, and I get 2 of them.
Oh.
The ultimate weapon.
Let's begin.
This looks like bad news.
I'll get us through this.
Deal a lot of damage at once to create a Prism Tunity. Not enough. Okay. Wow, that was very much not enough. facial animation. Missed. Nice. Okay, it keeps missing, but what's its actually... Okay, 80,000 is not that bad. Especially considering how fast I'm doing damage. It's not like I'm doing 70 damage at a time. I'm actually doing an appreciable amount. Ow! That hurt. Oh, I might not be able to win this one. Look how fast he fires off these things. Yeah. Not sure I'm going to be able to do this one. Yep. Oh well. I don't have to do all of them. I'm just doing an attempt at all of them.
What a shame.
It's not a game over to lose, so... Cyberbird!
Let's begin.
Be careful.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
Very weak to lightning and water. not worth it to siphon.
No trouble at all.
Two Mega Ethers.
Well done.
Pirate's Mate.
Let's begin.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
Be careful. Come on.
Sildra! Very weak to fire and ice. Deal a lot of damage at once to create a Prism Tunity. And that wasn't enough. Yay. I don't think I'm winning this one. I am not doing very much at a time. That said, the neutrality of Thunder against one of my stacks is going to help greatly. Yeah, weak to fire and ice. Oh, Negatron. I am beating up Sildra, who is quite difficult. Honestly, it's not that hard of a fight, it's just really long. Because I don't do enough damage. almost halfway done. My goodness, this takes it forever. How much health is left? 23,000. Okay. Go down already. $18,000. Let's do parts.
Let's get this started. What? Just don't get in the way, all right?
That helps. Goodbye.
Magic laser. Ready to fire. Here goes.
Well, that ought to do
Good
it.
job.
Flare Seed.
Well done.
No trouble at all.
World of Final Fantasy mascots.
Let's begin.
Oh, I don't know about this.
I'm not scared of you.
Tomomohime is weak to nothing. And Diva Seraphi is weak to dark and ice. Can I actually imprison these guys? No. Got a feeling. Oh, this is not good. There's no way I'm winning this one. Arise is 7. Yeah, that was nuts. Okay.
What a shame.
Consecutive boss battles won.
Let's begin.
Be careful.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
The pirates are weak to lightning and wind.
Come on.
Well, that ought to do it.
Predictable. Watch it. This'll be a tough one.
Huh? No way!
The giant goblin is weak to nothing, and the Bahamutian commander needs to be scanned.
This is it!
Also weak to nothing. Okay.
Oh, this should get a lot easier now. Yeah.
Good job. Oh, I don't know about this.
I'm not scared of you.
Federation Guard. Oh, that's fun. That is not what I meant to do. There we go. Really? There we go.
Predictable.
How many are in
I'm
this?
not scared of you.
Watch it. This'll be a tough one.
Grand Fenrir has never been scanned. And White Knack is weak to fire and ice. Okay. That's also weak to fire. Alright. Wow, okay. I guess I'm not doing the consecutive battles. Actually, that concludes it for the arena. Let's head out.
What a shame.
Because that was the easiest consecutive battle.
And even then, it was too much.
Come back soon.
That's the wrong one. Ah, yes, here we go. I've already looted the place, I just need to get through it. Again.
I guess we're doing this.
Come on, bring it!
Week 2, lightning and dark.
Well, that ought to do it.
Oh, wait!
Yay, a bunch of levels.
I won't hold back.
Right, let's do this. That was a good fight.
That wasn't so bad.
Stack is weak to lightning and fire.
Counterattack. All right!
Huh? No way!
Hey, are we up to this?
Weak to lightning and wind.
No trouble at all.
Good job.
Can I do this? 10 or greater weight, 100 or greater water resistance.
Be careful.
Clearly a worthy challenge. Well, that ought to do it.
Predictable.
Hello.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
Be careful.
Adamantoise. Inflict defense down for prism opportunity. Oh, mini Mantoise prism. I know I don't have any of those. Okay. Very weak to ice and a little weak to dark. Okay. And it reduces damage from everything else. Okay. In that case. Ooh. Oh, this is fun. How much health does he have? Can I just run?
Uh-oh, not good.
Oh, that's not good. Week 2, ice.
Huh?
3,000. Wait. I do have the prism. Okay. So... defense down? I think I can do that. At the very least, we have to spell. That's defense up. Okay, I cannot do defense down. The spell didn't do anything. That's fun. I'll see if Meteor does any better. Nope. Way worse. Oh, that's why she keeps dying. She's weak to it. Okay.
Of course. Okay. Ah! That's how to keep her alive. Okay. I cannot pronounce that. Hello. How's the streaming going? Well, I did most of the stuff at the Coliseum, and now I am fighting against the Adamantoise, which you cannot flee from, and it has a ton of health. And you can't get rid of its shell and protect either. And I don't have defense down, so I can't catch it either. So I am opting to deal damage via my Frigicite because that does the most damage of anything. Pixel up? Yes, it is. Awesome. And it's not gonna matter if it's still up, because, yeah, okay. It's a beyond long fight.
flare does less damage than an ice spell, or than the Frigicite, which is why I'm using the Frigicite. Yeah. Why did they have to lock me into this fight?
He's got 100 resists to death.
I wonder if any other stuff would do the same damage. Like, what if I use Chimeric Wing? How much would that do? 131, got it. If I don't get enough turns between pressure, I cannot make it so that Rain can survive. Like so. And if you're wondering why I'm fighting this instead of just running, the answer is I tried to run and it said no escape. Oh, that's not good. That 10,000 damage from that is very welcome. Especially since my peak damage otherwise is 500, and that's from using an item. low on the protect. Oh, hey! She lived anyway. And she died. We'll have her bestow her own protect. This is ridiculous. Ugh. It's so annoying that she just dies in one hit. No matter what HP she's at. started this fight with 10 Phoenix Pinions and 42 Mega Phoenixes. He has 15,000 health left. That's not enough. I can only deal 10,000 and change. That's not what I meant to do. Pressure so much. Almost there. There we go. Option ended. I need to go get more water.
Let's get this started. Just don't get in the way, all right?
Wait, what? It only did 7,000? Well, I will end it swiftly. Finally!
Oh yeah!
Oh boy, a phoenix down. Remedy Plus. Mega Ether.
You're totally going down.
Oh, I don't know about this.
That was a good fight.
Oh, wait!
Alright, we got levels on the twins, so... Crossboard mastered. Shake. This Mirage can now transfig into a Valifor. Mirage board mastered. I'll take Revivify. Balance gun Mirror Jewel. Hey, Mirage board mastered. We'll take Magic Defense Plus. I have Cockatrice I can put in my party, and Mega Night Scroll. Or Shiva. Who is Shiva? Yeah, let's do that. Oh wow, I've got a lot. Alright, here's the end.
Hey, are we up to this?
You're totally going down.
Oh, little howler cat lover. Am I winning? That's a good question. Well, I beat one foe at the cost of almost every single Phoenix down I have. So, there's that, I guess. Oh, I did hit that number. That's okay. I'm guaranteed to get at least one more. The knockout. Oh, come on. Ah! Come on! Just let me get through here! Why do you keep targeting that? whose turn? Yours. There we go, there's one. Thank you. There we go. That should help a lot. Okay. Crossboards. Check that things are good to go. I have a few people to trade out. Prism case. That needs to be swapped out altogether. Can I get this one done already? Nope. Okay, fine. That's done. Working on that. Done. Working on that. That's done. That's done. Working on this. That's new. Alright. Let's see. I'll go with Lyra. Reaver Mew. Enhanced attack. I'll pull in the King Ball. Okay. Save. And then I'm going to pause here for just a second, and then we will come back and hopefully beat that boss there. Alright, I almost forgot. I got a bunch of items specifically for this fight. And although I wish I had more revival items, but I'll get that fixed if I do lose. Ice resistance plus. Okay, what's our stack at now for this? Absorbs ice. And I need to get at least one more level on ice there. Although enough to absorb ice there would be good too. Ice resist plus. You don't have any there. Or there. Okay. Do I have Cura? That would be nice. Cura. Yeah, so now I nullify both ice and electricity on that stack. Hera. Alright, hopefully I can finish now.
Be careful.
Clearly a worthy challenge.
I've only fought them 3 times now.
Not done yet.
Thank you. And that's why I did what I did. Oh, you have 2 AP? Alright, fine. Thank you. That's the wrong target. Thank you. Blizzard on you. Yes! There we go. That will make things easier. You. Thanks. Ah, okay. Aha. Yay! Finally!
That wasn't so
Ah, I
bad.
put in so much time trying to do that. Three Mega Phoenixes, one Armor Gem. Burbliz! Some Mirages, like this one, possess unique traits that set them apart from others in their tribe. But despite the burr in her name, she's not actually colder than a Burbliz. We got a Burbliz memento, a Shiverina memento, and a Shiver memento, and Girl's Diary Entry 11, which is what we were here for. Alright, now we can read all of the Girl's Diary entries. This is essentially the backstory for this game. 21st of Versacron, Mithril 5. Daddy got me my own diary. That's you, the thing I'm writing in. He said my brother's is just going to collect dust, so I need to be a good big sister and write enough for the both of us. Well, my brother may be a lazy doofus, but don't worry, diary. I'll make sure to give you lots of attention. 3rd of Lazalith, Mithril 5. Mommy had to work again today. Well, it's no wonder everyone counts on her diary. She's so strong! Unfortunately, though, that means she's too busy to play with us, which means my brother is always in a whiny mood. But honestly, sometimes even I wish a little that she would quit her stupid job. 11th of Adamant's, Mithril 6. Mommy collapsed on her way out the door when she went to work. We called the doctor, who said it was just a cold. Mommy laughed it off, but she looked like she was suffering. Not to mention, she was running a high fever. I'm happy when Mommy stays home with us, but not if it means she has to be sick. Get well soon, Mommy, and then we can play. 6th of Granite, Mithril 9. Once again, Mom went to work first thing in the morning and still hasn't come home. Today was her birthday, so the two of us were planning to make her dinner. So much for that. Is there anything we can do to help her work less hard? 22nd of Lazarus, Mithril 11. One of the neighborhood kids teased us about our arms today. I had forgotten how it felt. Most of them learned to back off once we started telling them that where they could put their opinions. Turns out I still hate it. What? Who are they to call our arms weird? Our arms are Mom's arms, and one day we'll be powerful Mirage Keepers just like her. Let's see what those losers say then. 19th of Amethyst, Mithril 13. I asked Dad if there was anything we could do to help Mom out, but he just laughed and said we were already being a big help by chipping in with the housework. Doesn't he get that I want Mom to work less? 5th of Granite, Mithril 15. My brother and I have decided to try imprisoning some of Mom's mirages. Today we targeted one of the weaker ones, and I can't believe how easy it was to get it. I think we're going to keep rolling with this and round up as many as we can. This is the best way to take a load off Mom's shoulders. 14th of Akatea, Mithril 15. The 7 mirages in the Pleiade are so cool. It's not just that they're strong, and they really are. Each of them is so different, and they don't let anyone tell them how to live. I guess Rama is the closest to actually being responsible. Anyway, my brother and I have been hanging with them and having a grand old time, but the other day Dad let us have it. He said we have to start toning things down. What's that supposed to mean? As long as they all do what we tell them, I don't see the problem. "25th of Akatea, Mithril 15. I cannot believe my dad. How can he be so clueless? We're working our butts off so Mom doesn't have to, and he does not get it at all. He keeps telling us that gathering up the mirages is causing everyone problems. Oh yeah? Well, once we're good enough at this that we can handle Mom's job, she'll finally be able to take it easy. You'd think he would start caring about her, not everyone. 20th of Lazarus, Mithril 15. Wynn told me and my brother about some kind of gods from another world who are supposed to be crazy powerful. The three of us talked about them for a while, how gods that powerful could probably make all the world's problems go away. If we could just find some way to bring them here, I know they could make Mom's life easier. I bet even those folks Dad says we're bothering would be pleased. You know what? I'm going to start working on this with my brother right away. We'll do it as soon as we're ready. 16th of Adulary, Mithril 16. It didn't work? Was summoning them the wrong idea? Never seen anything like them. What are they? I was expecting gods. Gods that would come to our world and make everything easier. And now Mom and Dad are... Why? Where did we go wrong? What are we supposed to do now? Is there anyone who can save us? Wynn? Mom? Dad? 17th of Adulary, Mithril 16. My brother and I talked it over. We don't know how we got here, and we don't know where things will take us from here. We can agree on one thing. We have to save them. We have to save Mom and Dad. 19th of Adulary, Mithril 16. It's no use. They're too powerful, especially that first one that came through. He's every bit as formidable as the legend said. The other two, the ones that took Mom and Dad, have been stripping of us of our mirages and setting them free. All our hopes are slipping away. If they manage to loose the mirages of the Pleiade on the world... No. It can't happen. And it did. Alright. That's everything! Yay! Oh, it's the key item that I have. Oh right, it's mementos. So... Alright. And that's that. I don't have anything else left to do that I want to do. You can see it for a second here. Yeah. Mirage Manual, 82%. Who's Who, 16%. I have no idea why it's only at 16%. Like, I've been everywhere. I've done everything. How in the world is it 16%? Oh, it's 90%. We have more stuff to read. Alright, I'll read this, and then that's going to close it for today. Lan. Age in 91 Hales. 15. Notes. Markings on his left arm. Dude! Brian's younger twin brother. Mentally incontinent, but morally regular. Considers proper word usage to be optional. Personality. While Lon may seem like a dummy, he has a good heart, a strong sense of responsibility, and he always puts his family first. Note that he steps out in front of his sister when danger approaches, almost automatically, which would imply he holds her life more dear than his own. Memories from 100 years ago. If they had merely forgotten their past, Lon and Rain may have been able to remember it again, but those memories were literally lost and cannot be retrieved. Thus, anything the twins have been remembering must not have been lost. What did Tama mean when she said Lon and Rain could have ruled the world? How did they meet the Pleiade? If there used to be Mirage Keepers, then just imagine how many Mirages there were. Perhaps brother and sister used to be acquainted with other champions from that other time. But we can no longer relive those stories with Lon and Rain, at least not from where they are standing now. Lon's future. Through their exploits in Grimoire, Lon and Rain have proven their worth and been elevated to the pantheon of champions. These heroes serve the A-worlds, the realms of fantasy, under Alexander's dominion. And so we may meet the twins again in one of these worlds, or perhaps more. Rain. Age in Ninewood Hills, 15. Notes. Markings on her right arm. Lon's older twin sister. Likes to call the shots and keep Lon in line. Always on the ball. Almost makes up for Lon with her quick judgment and careful planning. Under Innercrow's watchful eye. Innercrow said that she checked up on Rain and Lon during their slumber in Ninewood Hills, but why? She feels some sort of strong attachment to them? Handpicked. Despite her significant physical and emotional strength, Rain is not invincible. She's particularly easy to wound, it seems, when it comes to family, as you may have noted after she experienced the loss of her brother. However, Rain rose above that moment of weakness and pushed onward, no matter how much it hurt, and this is exactly the kind of fortitude Innercrow was banking on. Innercrow handpicked Rain and Lon, in fact, from among all the denizens of all the realms of fantasy. Perhaps she has other favorites we can meet in another tale. Rain's future. The Rain and Lon that were bestowed upon Aowen as Prismariums are, as it turns out, newly born champions. But what of the Lon and Rain who were sucked through the gate? That is a story for another time. Wonder if we're going to, ever have a sequel to this. Innercrow. Supposed age, 24, and never a day older, says she. Notes, surprisingly casual, seems kind of hands-off. Old friend of Tama and Seraphi, sincere and never known to lie, drops dire truths with a smile, making it hard to tell when to be worried. She's God. No, really, she is. While some regard her as a funny lady with a divinity complex, she is in fact the real actual creator of Grimoire and other realms of fantasy. She calls the shots and makes the rules, although she usually prefers not to interfere once they're in place. Basically, gods never make mistakes, so if humanity is a divine creation, then all possible deeds of humankind must fall within divine parameters and therefore be error-free, right? And since humanity is error-free, why should God have to work? Her 9-to-5 shift ended when she created people. Such are the reckless musings of Innercrow, lazy god.
The realms of fantasy. When building her worlds, Inacro took glimpses at many other worlds outside her dominion, cherry-picked the elements she liked, and integrated these figments into her creations. Her champion system derives from this mechanic. Since before using the power of fantasy to create worlds, Inacro has maintained a closer relationship with the girl who forgot her name, whom she found by chance at the source of that power. The champion system. At the core of Inacro's fantasy worlds lies a crystal, which the girl who forgot her name refers to as the Deus Crystal. Conceived by dreams, the crystal can take flights of fantasy to distant worlds that have no logical connection to its own. Inacro, better known as Alexander, sifts through the figments of the crystal the crystal finds in search of souls with the potential to protect her worlds from threats like the X9 Knights and the Cogna. She then shapes these souls into crystal cubes, which become a descendable, self-sufficient system of antibodies that activates when her universe is threatened from the outside. Alexander as Inacro. The woman Inacro is not the god Alexander's true divine form, but rather that of a soldier named Roxanne who existed prior to the creation of the realms of fantasy. Alexander was fond of Roxanne's spirit and chose to merge with her soul rather than absorb it. Incidentally, Roxanne once summoned Tama and had a pact with her. Of course, a god's mind is vast and requires many faces. While life as Roxanne provides much enjoyment, Alexander also frequently appears as a male, a fierce young man named Eris. This young man was once Seraphi's master. So you see, outside of Grimoire, depending on which A world you pay a visit to, you may find that God has more forms than one. Tama. Age. Immeasurable, due to her alternate interpretation of time. Notes. Navigator. Talks the funny. Floats. Rides on people's heads. A little girl at heart. Knows how to run with a joke. Pure and innocent. Sphere of influence. Tama maintains an extremely high number of thresholds, and commands a large repertoire of talents. However, depending on the world she visits, she must limit her talents to a smaller subset. For example, in Grimoire, Tama can help Lon and Rain out by negating their deaths or other failures through micro-reversals of time, or control space, as with gate travel. She is required to pay for these actions in lives, or souls, but all the same her powers rival that of the gods. No wonder she's prevented from using them all at once. Relationship with Inacro. Tama has known Inacro since before she became a god. She possesses far vaster powers than her small stature suggests. Tama Mohime. This is just one wondrous, intense manifestation of the hidden power Tama has accrued during her lengthy existence. Tama Mohime can recover all 9 of her lives in less than a day. By borrowing the girl who forgot her name's power over time and fantasy, she can produce with ease miracles far beyond her normal capabilities. And because all of her lives are restored to her each day, she can sacrifice them with near impunity. Calling her some kind of super hacker wouldn't be off base. She's more like a deity than a mirage. Lon and Rain could never imprison her against her will. Seraphi. Age immeasurable. Notes. Undetectably excited. Refuses to enthuse. Supposedly everyone's favorite pixie. Flies. Watering can. How did that get there? Keeps cards close to her chest. Longtime friends. Beneath that laid-back drawl is, well, a really laid-back pixie. Like Tama, Seraphi and Inacro go way, way back, to before Inacro became a god. Consequently, she and Tama have just as long a history. Rumor radar. Using her special powers, Seraphi can gather up gossip of all kinds. Near and far, old and new, silly and serious. Don't let your definition of rumor cloud you, though. If someone has said it, even whispered it at some point, Seraphi can reach through time to yoink, as she might say, that nugget of hearsay into the present. That's power to get excited about, even if she doesn't know it. Alan. Agent Grimoire, 17. Familiar, Siren. Notes, Wind for short. The woman in the cage, who the twins thought was their mom. Bad blood. Alan appears to have some kind of deep-seated grudge against Lon and Rain. But if they are truly family, then what could have happened? Family. Alan is not a lineal descendant of the Farna bloodline, nor is she Lon and Rain's sister by blood.
However, she was taken in and raised by their mother Luce, and became family to them all the same. Alan bears an atavistic resemblance to her siblings because she, too, is descended from the first Farna, and comes from a distant but hereditarily strong branch of the family. Her age, 17, does not factor in the years she spent trapped in the cage, outside of time. Architects and Breakers. You may recall Alan speaking to Lon and Rain about their unique powers. Lon seems to have largely inherited their father's architect powers, while Rain has inherited their mother's breaker powers. However, that is not to say their powers were evenly split. If so, Lon would be a godlike architect, and Rain an unparalleled breaker. Instead, the two seem to share a mixture of abilities which they wield inconsistently when apart from each other, and neither as skillfully as their parents. Tragic figure. Alan used to be full of kindness, but that was before Lon locked her in a cage for 100 years. One can hardly blame her for hating the twins for all the harm they have done. However, the type of cage Alan was trapped in is like a prismarium. While it stops time, it also preserves the soul inside it. That means time could not erode Alan's feelings beyond the point of reconciliation. It is worth noting that, for certain reasons, a woman named Alan can be found in many A-worlds. However, sadness always awaits this woman, no matter where she resides. Destiny just isn't on poor Alan's side. Alan's future. After Lon and Rain left Grimoire in her care, Alan took that responsibility seriously, and has stuck her nose into many affairs to preserve the peace with help from Tama. However, she sometimes sticks her nose in too far, causing more troubles instead of solving them. As Alan has always possessed potential as a summoner, she's able to use the mirages she inherited with relative ease, save for the more powerful mirages such as the Pleiade. For those, she depends on Tama Mohime, to issue orders in battle. Masked Woman. Age unknown. Notes: mysterious mask, mysterious everything, seems to be female, travels with a carbuncle. Gawain. The woman in the mask was an illusion created by a carbuncle whom Brandilis called Owain. In other words, the carbuncle was the one leading around the woman, not the other way around. Owain's skill lies in creating such illusions and pressing upon beholders' minds that they are real. By setting a lavish stage, a beautiful lie, he was able to convince Lon and Rain to restore the Ultimate Gate without reminding them of what happened there before. Owain's role. Owain was tasked with using the cage's power to seize control of Alan's ability as a summoner and increase the number of mirages in Grimoire, to bring order to the world through disorder. It seems likely he assumed Alan's form to use her powers more effectively. The mask and hood, however, reflect his own tastes. Since filling Grimoire with Cogna and helping Brandilis achieve one of his primary goals, Owain has had the run of Castle X9, smug with the knowledge his job was done and done well. The unlucky carbuncle. Just as Brandilis transferred Pelennor and Seguardes into human vessels, he transferred a third X9 Knight into the carbuncle that was accompanying Alan. However, any carbuncle would have been a poor choice of vessel, and this one was weak. As a result, the knight could not be wholly reproduced, and was forced to retain the carbuncle's appearance. Brandilis. Age immeasurable. Notes: black armor, horns, 6 wings cloaking his body. Soul beneath the armor: Bahamut Brandilis. King of Bahamut. The King of Bahamut is not Brandilis' own styling, nor does he consider himself the ruler of any federation. The names were adopted by Seguardes to lead an imposing heir to their growing army. Sphere of influence. Because Brandilis is actually present in Grimoire, he is able to create a threshold of his own, within which he can apply the rules of his own worlds. These rules allow him, for example, to possess human vessels with his allies, and he was able to transform Lon's Ultimate Gate so that it unleashed hordes of Cogna upon the Grimoire. Furthermore, his threshold has the power to override most fundamental rules of Grimoire or any other A-world, as he calls worlds created by the god Alexander, rendering him virtually immortal. Past century, a century's passing. Perhaps one of our story's greatest mysteries is this: what exactly was Brandilis doing in Grimoire during the 100 years of Rain and Lon's slumber? The answer, as it turns out, is nothing. Brandilis did not know Seguardes was building the Bahamutian army because he was imprisoned. Luce and Rorik used the last of their strength to trap him, locking him between the Ultimate Gate and the Great Door of Light.
The door's 4 keys were hidden across Grimoire along with the 4 of the Pleiade, the world's mightiest espers. However, keys that lock can also unlock, and in their time, powerful magic would draw Lon and Rain through the gauntlet of mirages guarding them. They found the keys, just as Seguardis prophesied, and finally removed the one barrier holding Brandilis in place. Plumed Knight. Age immeasurable. Notes: winged armor, claws, female, has full command of the skies. Soul beneath the armor: Valagamanda Pelennor. An unstable copy. At Brandilis' behest, Pelennor copied herself into the body of a human in order to enter Grimoire. However, this method of entry allowed her to reproduce only a mere fraction of her powers. What's more, Luce's tremendously strong will continues to vie for control of her body. For 100 years now, Pellennor's stay in Grimoire has been a tenuous proposition. Ultimate forms. Pelennor and Seguardis have ultimate forms, similar to the final form that Brandilis assumed. However, because of their nebulous existence in Grimoire, they cannot perform these sorts of transformations. Still, their originals remain unscathed and unaffected by the outcome of the story, so perhaps there are more of Pelennor and Seguardis out there terrorizing other worlds in their true forms. Knight in the Golden Mask. Age immeasurable. Notes: mask-like face, no discernible torso, hits of iambic pentameter, creepy laugh. Soul beneath the armor: Zona Seeker Seguardis. Brains, not brawn. Like Pelennor, Seguardis copied himself into the body of a human in order to join Brandilis in Grimoire, and just like with Pelennor, he was unable to take the full extent of his power along for the ride. However, Seguardis was able to bring his most formidable weapon, his devious mind, and has been able to draw from it without restraint, even in Grimoire. On stealing a body. Despite leaving their powers behind, Seguardis and Pelennor also gained powers upon entering Grimoire, namely, the powers of their human hosts. The so-called Bahamutian Federation's hold on the bulk of Grimoire's mirages can largely be attributed to Luce and Rorik's abilities. However, because of Pellennor's continued failure to fully subjugate Luce, and her command of Luce's powers remains inconsistent. Lon and Rain have been far more successful at stealing mirages back from the Bahamutian army. Thane of Saronia. Age in Grimoire, 45. Notes: Thane of Saronia, Ruffia's uncle, Bahamutian soldier, fate, destiny, crumbling cookies, etc. Obsessed with being part of something bigger. Soul beneath the armor, unknown. Armor indicates an elite Bahamutian soldier. Sentient soldier. Ruffia's uncle Taka was merely the guise for a Bahamutian soldier, but not just any soldier. Unlike the other Bahamutian grunts Lon and Rain have encountered, this one is capable of thought, speech, and self-determination. No wonder Seguardis entrusted him with an entire nation in the Federation. Who is he? Ruffia's uncle Taka perished when his body was seized by the Bahamutian soldier. Consider for a moment the similarities to how Rain and Lon's parents were taken over, and the picture becomes a little clearer. Seguardis summoned him to Grimoire, but he is not an X9 knight. Who then? What you can take away is this. There may be many entities out there who, while unable to become X9 knights themselves, fight alongside them all the same. How fascinating that a manipulator of destiny like Seguardis summons someone who obsesses over destiny in order to change destiny. In the end, however, destiny had its own plan, that the thief who stole Taka's body face the consequences and be undone by Taka's own nemesis. Luce. Age, 44, in flashbacks. Notes: Rain and Lon's mother, Queen of the Keepers, sigils on both arms, divine miracles, kind mother, turn those corners up. Luce Farna's past. A giant queen who used to rule over the original Ninewood Hills. She possessed extraordinary power, even compared to generations of Farnas. The divine sigils on both of her arms, of which Lon and Rain inherited one each, marked her as a worker of divine miracles. Before and after acceding to the throne at a young age, she produced countless wonders, such that history still remembers her as the sovereign of miracles.
One of Lusfarna's greatest achievements was to create, with the help of her future husband Rorik, a special crystal knife capable of subduing mirages. These knives, which came to be known as widgets, brought Grimoire's mirages under Farna control and kept them from terrorizing the people. Luz was a good queen, full of integrity and dignity, and one who put her foot down when needed. But when it came to her own children, she was the same as many mothers, full of love and sometimes too lenient. We know now that more discipline was called for, as the twins' abuse of the power they gained had terrible repercussions for the world to come. Rorik, age 42, in flashbacks. Notes: Lon and Rain's father. Luz's public and private pillar of support. Glasses. Kind father who tried to rein his children in, married into the Farna family. Rorik's past. An unsung source of support to Luz Farna during her life. Rorik remained out of public view, knowing that the queen was the ruler her people needed to look to. However, many of the miracles she made happen would not have been possible without Rorik's help. For example, the crystal knives, or widgets, used to control mirages were his invention. Rorik made it a point to keep his work shrouded in utmost secrecy, even from his children, or perhaps because they were his children. As a result, they arguably had less respect for him than their famous mother. Rorik loved them too much to resent it, but his attempts to rein them in and discipline them rarely worked. Being a father was something he struggled with greatly. Girl who forgot her name. Age immeasurable. Notes: guardian of a large clock. The color white. Butterflies. Tea. Young girl. Seriously does not, in fact, remember her name. She woke them up. Anna Crow had been keeping a close eye on the artificial Ninewood Hills, but the figure responsible for actually waking the twins from their slumber there was this girl, a friend of Anna Crow's. In a dream, the girl foresaw that Seguardus had devised a way to bring about the end of Rain and Lon's world, and their time was running out. Oh no, the girl thought. She loves that world, and it's going to be destroyed. Maybe it's time to wake them up. No doubt you figured it out, but this is the girl with the ribbon that showed up in Tama's dreams. A fallen god. The girl came from outside the realms of fantasy created by Alexander, Anna Crow. She's something like a fallen god. Her original world, known as Sigma Harmonix, was very different indeed. As for why she decided to share her powers with Lon and Rain, basically, she's doing it for her BFF. The girl knew the twins were important to Anna Crow, and gave them the kindest gift she knew how to offer. Probably safe. Naturally, the girl was the one to answer Tama Mohime's call, and help change Grimoire's history, but the laws she leveraged to do so are alien to Grimoire and thus will not be expounded upon here. A very small number of you may have been to the girl's original world before, and so an even smaller number may be curious. Can the Sigma act upon Anna Crow's realms of fantasy? The answer is no. At least, that's not supposed to happen. Pocket of the Universe. Before arriving in the strange space adjacent to Grimoire along with her big clock, the girl had to travel there from the Extraverse. One such pathway was opened after the Diablos King lost control over his own power over fantasy. You might say something rather big happened in the world of the Diablos, largely due to the actions of Eris, a young man whose form Alexander sometimes takes. The girl ended up fusing her powers of time with the Diablos' powers of fantasy and creating a pocket in the universe from which she could control both. It was in that world that Anna Crow, Alexander, gained her power to create the realms of fantasy, and ever since she and the girl have been friends. Gods get around. Anna Crow has her fingers in more than one dimensional pie, but she's certainly not the only god with the power to traverse a multitude of worlds. Gods, like cats, get around. This means some pretty legitimate deities end up passing through the A-worlds now and then. Thankfully, Anna Crow is laid back and likable enough that she mostly, gets along with the rest of divine society without too much trouble. But even if enemies do appear, gods or otherwise, she has built the A-worlds to be nigh impervious to invaders. The fact that it took the godlike X9 Knights as long as it did to get even 1 foot in the door is testament to that. Being on a higher plane might change the situation, but that's why Alexander is seeking to become just such a god, by creating infinite realms of fantasy. It's about quantity, not just quality. Warrior of Light. Agent Grimoire, 20. Notes: Stalwart Soldier, Role Model, Brigade Captain. From medium to champion, the legendary hero fights for truth, justice, and the Cornelian way. When we first met the Warrior of Light, he was just another brigade captain in Cornelia's royal army. However, after being touched by the twins' mysterious light, he awakened as a champion. Where are the other warriors? In Grimoire, it was a nameless soldier who awakened as the Warrior of Light. But the Warriors of Light take many forms in many worlds. Perhaps you know of a few yourself. And perhaps those other warriors may set foot in Grimoire one day, if they have not already. Soul searching. Grimoire's creator has marked certain people with unique and powerful souls as mediums. Each medium is a candidate with the potential to awaken as one of Grimoire's greatest defenders, the champions. These souls are chosen from many worlds and copied over to an A world like Grimoire in order to potentially become its champion. But for the system to work, their lives must be reconstructed and adapted to the target world without changing the elements of their souls that made them so valuable in the first place. Interestingly, though, they often go on to lead lives similar to those of their originals. They are not supposed to remember who or what they once were, but over innumerable years and innumerable lives, some of these recreated souls seem to retain hazy memories of lives past. The Warrior of Light is one such special case, but in Grimoire, he is not the only one. Note at the bottom of each of these it says First World of Origin, and it's saying what game they're from. Princess Sarah. Age in Grimoire, 21. Notes: Determined ruler of Cornelia, elegant, kind, and polite, disguises herself as a commoner to visit town. Streetwise sovereign. Princess Sarah isn't one to warm a throne. The princess is convinced the only way to truly know her people is to walk among them. One moment she's sneaking off into town, the next she's rushing off to some battlefield. It's so compulsive that even she surprises herself with where she ends up. The brigade captain shadows her on these excursions to ensure her safety, but she has yet to realize it. As for Princess Sarah's disguise, well, she isn't fooling anyone. What she considers common clothing is actually quite fine. Between that and her refined speech, she sticks out like a sore thumb. Still, the Cornelians do their best to humor her. What a warm-hearted and considerate people. Summoners and early Cornelia. Legend says that the founder of Cornelia was a summoner, but Princess Sarah has inherited none of those abilities. Not that surprising, since in Grimoire, and especially among the Lilican, such powers are rarely passed along family lines. In most cases, a summoner is chosen by an Esper who recognizes her worth. Records show that after Cornelia's first age, no summoners have been born in the kingdom. As a result, the guardian and a familiar of the kingdom itself, the Lute of Ragnarok, has lain in a deep sleep for generations. Chocolate, age in Grimoire, immeasurable. Oh, she's from Final Fantasy XIII too. No wonder I've never heard of her before. Notes: wears glasses just for show, washes from world to world. Chocolate Mark Proprietor, Choco Chick, Chocobocolina, Chocoboco Ching. Hither and thither, a Choco gal with the habit of appearing in the most Choco of places at the most Choco of times. Has a whole bevy of different greetings for those who stop by her shop, only some of which make sense. It's all about the attitude, and not the content. She's also an extremely special case who has managed to retain her identity as she moves from world to world. The real mystery, of course, is deciding who the real Chocolate is, the woman or the Choco Chick on her head. What do you mean it never crossed your mind? Chocostential Crisis. Chocolate used to go by the name Chocolina, but when she found herself in a world without Saz and Daj, she began to question her own identity. If the people who named her didn't exist here, then wouldn't she, by extension, be unable to know for certain whether she was, in fact, herself? The more she considered it, the worse her existential crisis became, until the idea dawned on her to just become a new person. So voila! New glasses, new name, totally different person, right? Unfortunately, she has yet to fully convince the person who matters, herself. Yuna. Age in Grimoire, 17. Familiar, Valifor. Notes: leader of Grimoire's few summoners, mature and responsible for her age, seems kind of tense, The Fireflies seen with her are not the ones you know. Leader among summoners. There are few alive today in Grimoire who have the power of the summoners, and even fewer are actively practicing the art. Worried that their legacy may soon die out, Yuna resolved to take up the burden of preserving their techniques for future generations. It's stressful, but satisfying work. Yuna is close with Rydia and Aiko. The two younger summoners admire Yuna's maturity and look up to her as a kind of a big sister. She tries to teach by example, but the strain of being on all the time was starting to get to her. That's when she met Titus. Although she still hasn't realized it, he's quickly becoming the person she leans on when things get tough. I'll come running. Anyone familiar with the original Yuna might remember a certain series of events during which she learned how to whistle. Lilican or not, Grimoire or not, it's hard not to smile when watching these two have a nostalgic little exchange like this. Developer's note. We all really do love this gal. More than with any other character. We had people on the team complain fiercely that Yuna would never do that during production. Still, the Grimoirian Yuna is the Grimoirian Yuna. And while we acknowledged everyone's objections, we did our best to create a new Yuna while still paying homage to the old. We hope you like her as much as ever. That's funny. Refia. Agent Grimoire, 15. Notes. Wields healing magic, gentle and kind. Daughter of Saronia. Refia was chased out of the house and home by her only living relative, her uncle Taka. Given no reason for her exile, she did her best to keep her spirits up and forget her troubles. However, when she saw the woes the people of Saronia faced as a Federation state, she could remain silent no longer. Ignoring the danger, she left to give her uncle a piece of her mind, but it was already too late. Charlotta's friend and ward. Charlotta discovered Refia one day collapsed and freezing in the snow. She took in and cared for the exiled girl, and they've been fast friends ever since. It may surprise you that the strong-willed, independent Refia could get along so well with the tough, no-nonsense Charlotta, but Refia is a good-natured and honest girl. So while she might not show it, Refia will never forget that she owes Charlotta her life. Why a white mage? The original Refia had the ability to freely switch between multiple skill sets known as jobs. However, she was a white mage when her soul was noticed and brought into Grimoire, and so it was a white mage she became. Life as a healer and her relationship with Charlotta has shaped Refia. If she had been another job when her soul was brought over, she might have developed into an entirely different person. Charlotta. Oh, she is from another game. Crystal Chronicles. Yeah, I've never seen that. Agent Grimoire, redacted by the, young lady in question. Apparently, really old. Notes. Calm and composed due to age and experience. Has a menacing streak. Zero patience for foolishness. Runs it in, but why? She's a kitty? Wait, why can she change into a feline? In her own words, cats get around. Not the clearest answer, but it's all you're going to get. Interesting fact. Charlotta originally thought Refia is nothing more than a stray cat she brought in from the cold. It's probably for the best that Refia never caught on. The Grimoirian Charlotta. Perhaps it is an unavoidable side effect of living as long as she has, but Charlotta tends to be distant and uninterested in the world around her. If she hadn't sensed the goodness in Refia's soul, she might have just left the girl out to freeze. Still, once she decides someone is worth saving, that person is in good hands. Perhaps Charlotta has come to think of Refia as a daughter, but don't make the mistake of asking her, "Can you imagine the thunder and the fury?" You idiot! I'm too young to be a mother! And an angry Charlotta is a fearsome Charlotta indeed. Inseparable souls. If you're convinced Charlotta and the undead princess were made to mess with each other, you might just be right. As with many mediums and champions who had close ties in their original worlds, some force seems to draw Charlotta and the undead princess together no matter what world they're in. Charlotta's secret. You may also be wondering who Charlotta really is, and if her history here parallels that of the original. At least one thing is different. In Grimoire, she can change her form at will. Then again, Rain and Lawn can change into Lilican form. Mirages can transfigure themselves. Even Inaccurate changes her appearance depending on the world she's visiting. Maybe the rules governing metamorphosis in A-worlds are pretty loose? Actually, let's drop that subject. Overprotective? Charlotta seems hesitant to let Refia go into town. If you played Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time, then you might remember her fussing over someone else who wanted to go into town. What has she got against towns anyway? Ferris. Agent Grimoire, 20. Notes, presents as male. Drop dead gorgeous. Captains a crew of pirate moogles. Thinks of Sildra as family and can converse with her. In league. Even before meeting Lon and Rain, Ferris had her suspicions about the newly federated Saronia. This is why she formed a mutually beneficial relationship with a certain organization. Her sworn enemy. Ferris's family has spent generations searching for Mirage that crossed paths with an ancestor many long years ago. Fighting friends. For some of you, it was obvious the moment Quistis showed up, but the certain organization Ferris teamed up with is Seed, one part of the League of S. Quistis had come to Saronia to investigate the new chain binding the city and why the land stayed frozen year-round. However, it didn't take long for her to run afoul of the feisty pirate Ferris. Thankfully, beating the stuffing out of each other fostered a sort of mutual respect that developed into a strong friendship. Since then, Quistis has helped Ferris run goods, and Ferris has been a valuable asset in the League's covert operations. Leviathan. Apparently the Mirage who hurt Ferris's ancestor was Bismarck, not Leviathan. Still, haughty as she is, Leviathan is not completely without conscience. Even if Rain and Lon had not intervened on Varys' behalf, you can be certain the Queen of the Sea would have sought Bismarck out and done him in. The Grimoirian Ferris. Ferris has not forged relationships with the people she knew in her original world, nor does her sister seem to exist here either. As a result, Ferris has had no reason to get in touch with her feminine side, but in that sense, Grimoire has allowed her to be herself. Quistis. Agent Grimoire, 18. Notes. Lass in glasses, secret agent, cautious and calculating, generous enough to give away a fast craft, not generous enough to include a parachute. A cunning strategist. Quistis is a wily and worldly woman who knows just what's needed to grease the wheels of the political machine. When it came time to investigate Icicle Ridge, she immediately readied a juicy bribe for the Thane, the fast craft, but quickly shifted strategies in light of new information. While you might think her capricious for this, that is most certainly not the case. Quistis merely reallocated her resources to where they would do the most good. Once she learned Rain and Lon were the giants from the hills, she considered the prophecies and decided that helping the twins progress was a more productive course of action. Seed's leader. Quistis is Seed's leader. Her organization controls Balaam Garden and the airships. Highly advanced technology that is beyond the ken of even Grimoire's brightest minds. Funny, then, that even with all that at her disposal, one of her greatest passions is said to be a card game. The wiser choice. When Quistis went up against Ferris, she had no idea who she was dealing with. Ferris's pirate crew was one thing, but when Sildra appeared, Quistis knew she was done for. Thus she challenged Ferris to fisticuffs, not because she thought she could win, but because taking a few punches seemed a lot better than, dying. Squall's influence? Quistis is too busy running Seed to step out onto the front lines. Is that why she wears glasses? Because she doesn't have to worry about breaking them? Then again, in some A-worlds, she doesn't wear glasses. Maybe she only does that when Squall is around. Or maybe that's just, speculation. Riku! Agent Grimoire, 15. Notes. Superhuman swimmer. Can hold her breath seemingly forever. Treasure hunter. Happy-go-lucky. Makes up funny words. Disasterific. In a good way. Marine treasure hunter. After learning how to breathe underwater, patent pending, Riku realized her time was best spent scouring the sea for awesome treasures. She boasts that she can hold her breath for up to an entire day. Aha! So apparently it's not forever. Fashion savvy. Although she's about the same age as she was in Final Fantasy X, her outfit resembles the one she had in Final Fantasy X too. In Grimoire, she still hasn't met Yuna or Titus, but if she ever does, they're guaranteed to get along. Gullwings wanted. Riku is looking to make a career out of treasure hunting, and has started recruiting members for her team, which she's calling the Gullwings. Riku bumped into Yuna on a recent excursion and immediately took a liking to her. Now, if she can just find a way to get Yuna to join up. Tredgy Wedgy. La 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 la. Riku and Bart seemed to really hit it off, didn't they? Their combined optimism and contagious spirit of adventure must have created some sort of perpetual energy loop that charged their fun meters to the max. Even a freak couldn't help but get bowled over. Although Bartz did seem a little more self-aware than Riku. Maybe he was just playing along? Tifa, Agent Grimoire, 20. Notes: aspiring martial artist, seems cheerful and outgoing, but is actually quite shy. Whoa, it finally worked! A cowgirl? Really? She's there when you need her. Even though Tifa had never met Rain and Lon, she still put herself in danger to rescue them. Call it heroic or call it reckless, Tifa just isn't the kind of woman to leave anyone stuck in a jam. Tifa's dream. Tifa makes ends meet as a guide in Babel, but hopes to one day save up enough to open her own restaurant. She'd be in seventh heaven if she ever made it happen. It's the name of her bar in Final Fantasy VII. Ready to wrangle. Tifa's wearing her Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII outfit. However, she's the same age as she was in Final Fantasy VII. A childhood friend. When Tifa ran into Cloud during the Cogna invasion, she was shocked to discover that he was the same Cloud she grew up with, but whether or not Cloud remembers her is anyone's guess. The mysterious master. Tifa was badly hurt during the calamity that befell the village of Mist, which stood where Nibelheim does today. The man who would become her master just happened to be visiting the village and saved her life. Ever since, she's been his loyal student and disciple in the martial arts, and clearly, he doesn't go easy on her. In fact, she now assumes that every horrible crisis she encounters must be some part of her master's training, which makes you wonder what he's put her through. Oh, in case you're wondering, sorry, Tifa's master will not be making an appearance this time. Rydia, Agent Grimoire, 16. Familiar, Mist Dragon. Notes: Summoner. Researching the Crimson Prophecy. Looks up to Yuna as a role model. Bad memories. Rydia has a paralyzing fear of fire, brought on by the trauma she experienced when a calamity befell her home village of Mist. She lost her family that day, and even now sees the inferno that consumed them in every spark or flicker of flame. And try as she might, she has yet to overcome her phobia. Growing up. The original Rydia from Final Fantasy IV underwent a rather unique aging process during her time in the Fey March, but here in Grimoire she has grown up at the same pace as any other girl. As a result, she's a bit more down-to-earth than you might remember. Rydia's mother was also a summoner, which makes the two of them a rarity in Grimoire, where Lillican do not generally pass on such powers to their children. Fighting fire. Since meeting Rain and Lon, Rydia has made great progress in overcoming her fear of flames. She's still got a ways to go, but the healing has already begun. Her mother's familiar. When a familiar loses the summoner that brought them into a world, it also loses the source of magic that allows it to linger there. Once the magic their summoner invested in them finally fades, they must return whence they came. However, some masterless familiars prove to be powerful, resourceful, and intelligent creatures. They secure sources of magic that allow them to remain in the world long after their summoners have died. The Mist Dragon Rydia's mother summoned is one such mirage. Prismarium Prison Breaks. Among the mirages that Rain and Lon capture, some, like the 7 known as the Pleiade, are powerful enough to secure their own magical sources, leave the confines of their prismariums, and wander about the world at will, even while their souls remain beholden. If they are called upon, they are forcibly teleported back. However, this is only possible if the Prismarium's master is not paying attention. Put it simply, picture a heavy door in every Prismarium that leads to the world outside. If the mirage is strong enough and no one's watching, it can push the door open and head along on its merry way. However, if the door is kept under lock and key, then no matter of pushing can force it open. Long ago, Lon and Rain captured a great number of mirages, but left the doors to virtually all of their Prismariums wide open and unguarded. Because of this, many mirages, the Pleiade in particular, rampaged across Grimoire and made trouble for everyone. And Lon and Rain, as the cause of this sorry state of affairs, became known as the Demon Dyad. Snow. Agent Grimoire, 21. Notes: Ribbity Rib Ribbit. Nice bandana, bro. Kind of an airhead. Kind of a hothead. Always ready to fight for someone. Toad Gerst. Snow couldn't contain his curiosity when he saw a shiny golden toad. When he tried to pick the thing up, blam! Toad cursed. The first thing he thought after being toadified wasn't how to turn himself back, but if he could deal with eating flies. Classic Snow. Flandemonium. This isn't the first Snow who's run into trouble with a rogue Flan. Maybe it's just his destiny. In any case, no matter how absurd the circumstances this time, he's still dead serious about stopping his wobbly nemesis once and for all. Is Lightning Snow's sister? Snow called Lightning Sis, but are they related? Well, not by blood. But as you may have guessed, Snow and Lightning's relationship here is essentially the same as it was in their original world. Perhaps one day Lightning's sister, and Snow's beloved, will rise as a champion and you'll have the chance to meet her. Not a summoner, Snow has the ability to summon a special mirage, Shiva Ixion, and yet he insists he isn't a summoner. Summoners are individuals who open pathways to other worlds, then use their magic to form pacts with mirages. However, Snow is different. Unlike a summoner, Snow was given a power, some consider it a curse, that turned his left arm into a sort of magical instrument. Channeling magic through it, he made a pact with Shiva Ixion. In Snow's original world, this would brand him as a Lassie. However, there are no Fal'Cie in Grimoire. Still, he must have obtained this power in a fundamentally similar way. Lightning. Age in Grimoire, 21. Notes: virtuous, looks out for other people. On the stoic side, genius with a sword, one of this age's greatest warriors. Reading into the outfit. Lightning is looking great in her outfit from Lightning Returns Final Fantasy XIII. But does that mean her soul might actually be over 500 years old? No wonder it only took her 21 years in Grimoire to become something of a living legend. That was before the twins awakened her. Lightning's superhuman skills drove the attention of Quistis and Squall, who tracked her down and persuaded her to lend her strength to the League of S. Careless? Between failing to catch the poison in Lawn and Rain's drinks and letting the bad guys get the upper hand, the Grimoirian Lightning seems to be surprisingly careless. Maybe it's because the burdens she bears are relatively light, as she's never been in quite as desperate a situation as her original. Note that she puts a surprising amount of faith in her allies in the League of S. Maybe she knows it's okay to slip up now and then if you have friends to lean on, and that makes her a little more human. Watch and learn. You may think, if only you knew Odin's Zentetsuken, I could defeat any enemy with a single strike. Sorry to get your hopes up, kiddo, but it's not necessarily true. Just going through the motions isn't enough. The technique requires power and skill. Imagine Odin's surprise, then, when Lightning attempted the move without so much as practicing. Well, there's more to Lightning than meets the eye. The very first thing that Lightning thought to do with her new technique was destroy the Golden Flawn, aka the Big Jiggle, and save Snow and her younger sister's village. Edgar, age in Grimoire, 27. Notes: King of Figaro, owns a big sandcastle. Sort of. Loves the ladies. Churl never gets the girl. Voiced by a true Final Fantasy fan. An eye for the ladies. Day after day, Edgar struggles with the unethical quagmire from which he just can't escape. On the one hand, he must flirt with all the ladies. On the other, he knows that this can be taken as rude, and one should never be rude to a lady. What to do? Additionally, Edgar still hasn't quite decided where to draw the line between girl and lady. It seems that Rain falls into the former category, and not the latter. The Desert Castle. Edgar's castle rose from the sand with a tremor and a roar. Although its chain-like leash might suggest the Federation had a hand in such a trick, Figaro Castle's ability to submerge is uniquely its own. Figaro Castle, Midgar, and the Underground Prison. Strap yourselves in because we're breaking the fourth wall. Figaro Castle is, without a doubt, the most preposterous facility in all of Grimoire. To be honest, it never made any sense. A castle that can burrow into sand? How does that even work? Well, we've ratcheted up the implausible factor to the max by strapping a facility named after Final Fantasy VII's Midgar to the bottom of it, complete with Dirge of Cerberus's Mako Reactor Zero. Add to the mix one boss straight out of Final Fantasy IX. Hi, Vivi. To top it all off, if you look at the submerged portion of the castle, it's painfully obvious from the construction that it's an evolved version of the drills that on that desert prison in Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, I noticed that one. Honestly, even we think we might have gone too far this time. Eidolons as living structures. Anacrow hints at this, but in case you didn't catch it, in everyday world, massive eidolons can take the form of buildings or weapons. In Grimoire, there are at least 4 known examples of this. Big Bridge Alexander, Eden of Balam, the Loot of Ragnarok, the Midgardian Ormer. And in fact, there's one more, but we'll save that for another entry. Ico is Big Bridge Alexander's caretaker. The Eden of Balam is guarded by Quistis, Squall, and Seed. The Loot of Ragnarok, Cornelia's guardian, has been revived and magically charged by Rama's Judgment Staff. And the Midgardian Ormer sleeps beneath Figaro Castle under Edgar's watchful eye. The Ormer stands out because no one has realized yet that it is an Eidolon, and that suits it just fine for now, since it is able to convert Grimoire's geotic energy into Mako whenever it requires more magic. When Eidolons and mirages materialize in a new world, oftentimes they don't quite fully make it. When this happens, their primary characteristics are emphasized and reforged into a new form, such as a specialized facility or a powerful weapon. Long, long ago, some Kogna failed to push their way into Roxanne and Eris's world. The weapons they became were discovered and wielded by great heroes. But this directly led to a Kogna invasion, which in turn invented the creation of a new, terrifying type of being, the amalgamations known as the X9 Knights. Captain of the Guard. Notes. The name says it all, except his actual name. Willing to lay down his life for the kingdom. Master of Disguise. The captain was tasked with providing support to the 2 key players in the plan to free Figaro, Rain and Lawn. But in order to elude the Federation's agents, he disguised himself as a prisoner in rags. You can see the captain takes his job seriously. He spent hours writing all his lines. But let's face it, that was one ham and cheese sandwich of a performance. It goes without saying that his acting abilities are a regular topic of jokes in the barracks. Vivi's vindication. The captain was convinced Vivi and the Black Mages were just more spies the Federation left lurking beneath Figaro. He tried everything in his power to oust them as traitors, but in the end, the purity of Vivi's heart won even the distrustful captain over. Squall. Agent Grimoire, 17. Notes. Mercenary. Follows orders. Seed. Gunblade. Handily saves land and rain from certain death. Seed. Seed is a group of elite mercenaries whose current primary focus is overthrowing the Bahamutian Federation. Its ranks include such notable figures as Squall and Quistis. King Edgar of Figaro hired Seed to help free his castle from the Federation's chain. Seed's support was invaluable in this operation, and they provided crucial support to the forcibly drafted heroes of the day, Lon and Rain. The League of S. Cloud and Shulk work for Shinra, and Squall and Quistis work for Seed. When these 2 powerful groups joined forces against the Bahamutian Federation, they became a powerful alliance known as the League of S, which, as you figured out by now, comes from the first letter of their names. The League's troubled history. Shinra and Seed, their alliance poses a formidable threat to the Bahamutian Federation. However, their cause saw a major setback when a mysterious agent at Shinra's former HQ in Nibelheim resulted in the disappearance of its researchers and top brass. After the incident, Seed stepped in and assumed command of Shinra's mercenary group, known as Soldier. This is why Cloud and Shulk now report to Quistis. Seed's headquarters. The floating city of Balam Garden serves as Seed's airborne base of operations. However, until Ico took a closer look, no one had ever suspected the garden was actually a colossal eidolon. Occasionally, an alien technology is found in Grimoire, strange artifacts from places and eras unknown. Seed has worked tirelessly to find this technology and exploit it in their fight against the Federation. The airships they used to discover Balam Garden are a perfect example. The garden itself has also proved to be a gold mine of useful tech, drawing, junctioning, and weapons like the Gunblade. With the support of Shinra's brilliant researchers, these discoveries were modernized and put into practice. Leadership material. Squall has always been a man of few words, a lone wolf. However, with so few fighters of his caliber to choose from, Seed has had to keep Squall on the front lines, where his comrades expect him to get them through the danger. As a result, he's more of a leader than he knows. In case you're wondering, Seaford doesn't exist here in Grimoire, so someone else gave Squall that scar on his face. Rumor has it that when he first started training with Cloud and Lightning, he went home every day covered with scrapes and bruises. You don't think that one of them This may surprise you, but Squall is the youngest core member of the League of S. Yep, even younger than Shulk. His poison experience make him seem older than he actually is. Shulk. Agent Grimoire, 19. Notes. Shinra. Soldier. Colorless and expressionless. Careful planner. Uncomfortable with flattery. Countertech. Shulk is a master of countertech, an impressive skill that allows her to neutralize other techniques and mechanisms. However, it cannot act on latent forces. This is why she pushed Lon and Rain as hard as she did. Twin suppressors had to be working at full power in order for Shulk to target those suppressors. So why not give a heads up? Most likely, she just couldn't be bothered. If something needs to get done, she's not one to sit around and talk about it. Maybe Shulk wanted to test the twins' skill and resolve firsthand, but if so, she's not telling. As you might expect, Shulk is frequently misunderstood, and she rarely seeks or receives the gratitude of others. So when Tama spoke out for her, and Lon told her she was the bestest, it really caught her off guard. The, Viets? Shulk works for Shinra as a member of both Soldier and the elite force known as the Viets. The Viets members have colors for codenames, but Shulk's codename, Shulk the Transparent, sets her apart as special, even among her already extraordinary peers. Emotionally detached. The nightmares Diablos subjected Shulk to were twisted versions of reality, but they were still, to some extent, true. Shulk's life has not been sugar and rainbows, and she's learned to cut herself off from her emotions in order to cope. Additionally, it's in her nature to put all her energy into the task at hand, so she frequently overlooks details she is determined don't matter. For example, she only realized the strangeness of a mirage like Tama talking when Vivi pointed it out to her. All the same, the lack of distractions give her complete objectivity, so she's surprisingly good at reading other people's feelings. Ironic, isn't it? Vivi. Agent Grimoire. Unknown. In a way, his life has only just begun. Notes. Black Mage. Pure-hearted. Grappling with his place and purpose. Finding his identity. The twins and friends discover Vivi deep in the heart of Mako Reactor Zero, the underground facility beneath Figaro Castle. In the heat of the resulting battle, he unexpectedly becomes self-aware. In Grimoire, Vivi is the only Black Mage from the reactor to gain powers of speech. The key's hidden purpose. When the 4 keys were hidden, each also served as a sort of cork to bottle up the power of one of the Pleiade. Such was their magic. The keys also served as a kind of trap, luring mirages like flies to their honey. After being discarded, the Black Mages gravitated toward the Key of Earth, and the most powerful among them, Vivi, came to possess the key. Was that all part of Inacro's grand strategy? Whatever the case, it turned out to be extremely fortunate for Lon and Rain. The Black Mages. Over the past 100 years, Sigwardus has dabbled in a number of experiments only to cast them aside. The Black Mages were his attempt to create a sort of spell-slinging golem, with a failsafe, of course. So how is it one of the so-called Herald's creations came to possess the soul of a medium? Yes, that's right. Perhaps Inacro had a few more tricks up her sleeve than anyone realized. Brenda Figaro. Seen as Vivi gained sentience in Edgar's domain, or under it if you want to nitpick, the king felt it was only right to give him and his brethren a chance to find their place and purpose in Figaro. Since then, Vivi in particular has begun to look up to Edgar, both as a leader and as an adult. Wait, is that okay? Edgar, a role model? Well, don't panic. Vivi's heart is pure enough to guide him along his own path. Probably. Are you worried about his future? Well, all of that works differently here in Grimoire, even if it is still uncertain. Aiko. Agent Grimoire. 6. Familiar. Fenrir. Notes. Summoner with a horn. Precocious. Big Bridge's caretaker. She doesn't sound 6. Kindergarten Summoner. Despite her tender age of 6, Aiko is already a skilled summoner. Not only that, she's more independent than many people 5 times her age. She passes her days caring for and watching over Big Bridge, both for the sake of passing travelers and for Alexander himself. To sum it up, this little girl's competence levels are actually kind of frightening. Sadly, Big Bridge doesn't see much foot traffic, so Aiko sometimes gets lonely. When visitors come stopping by, she always strikes up a long conversation. Fond friends. By the time Aiko was old enough to walk, she had already gained the knowledge, skill, and poise required to be a first-class summoner. It's a shame her family isn't around to see how far she has come. Oh, but don't worry, it's not what you think. Aiko simply decided to strike out on her own. Calling her precocious would be an understatement. Aiko is very fond of Rydia and Lady Yuna, and they see each other quite often. In a way, they've become her new family. The Fenrir Primes. Aiko used to live alongside Moogles and other Mirages. Now that she's a full-fledged summoner, she is accompanied only by her familiar Fenrir, with whom she shares her magic. Aiko's Fenrir may bear a striking similarity to the Fenrirs you get by transfigging White Nax, but his soul is actually a little different. Aiko's Fenrir is a special variant called a Prime. The Primes govern the power of the moon, and are not to be trifled with. Still, if Lon and Rain manage to transfig a White Knack, they can get a glimpse of the Fenrir tribe's true glory. Summoners call the original souls of their familiars from their original worlds, which, as you'll come to learn, makes them very different from Mirage Keepers. One thing is for certain, most familiars are far more powerful than your run-of-the-mill Grimorian Mirage. Wow, there's a lot of information here. Bartz. Agent Grimoire, 20. Notes. Travels with a chocobo. Believes helping strangers is just what you do. Tied by fate to someone not so great. Road Warrior. Wherever the wind blows, there you will find Bartz and his constant companion Boko. Sometimes treasure hunter, sometimes monster hunter, sometimes champion of justice. Whatever Bartz is up to today, you'll know it'll be for the good of those in need. No matter how difficult the challenge, he'll solve it with style and aplomb before disappearing into the sunset. Bartz's quest to explore the world isn't mere fancy, but rather the dying wish of his father. Carefree. Nothing can contain Bartz's boundless enthusiasm and thirst for adventure. With a sack over his shoulder and a song in his heart, he travels from place to place, a smile on his lips as he faces even the most hopeless of situations. He can even match the ever-exuberant Riku's excitement levels, and that's no easy feat. Perhaps Bartz has doubts and worries like everyone else, and never lets them show. Or maybe he really is just that carefree. But once Bartz decides to involve himself in something, he'll see it through to the end. Never give up is his motto, and he never has. Gilgamesh and I. Bartz has a stalker he just can't shake, and that stalker's name is Gilgamesh. Bartz here in Grimoire hasn't the slightest inkling why, but back in their world of origin, they have quite the history. Although Gilgamesh is extremely irritating, he's not really a villain. In fact, a man who sticks by his creed that doggedly deserves some admiration. Of course, if you asked Bartz if he liked the guy, he'd probably just smile and say, absolutely can't stand him. But here in Grimoire, Bartz and Gilgamesh could end up making a pretty good team. Gilgamesh. Agent Grimoire, immeasurable. Notes. Big Bridge's classic clasher. Not that weird. Actually, yeah, that weird. Fatty for Bartz. Gilgamesh has a very special soul. Although he was born in the same world as Bartz, he spent a long time wandering the space between dimensions. As such, his memories and his obsession with Bartz have been imprinted upon his soul itself. So even though his Grimorian self is just a copy, Gilgamesh still retains some of the emotions his original had. He's similar to the Warrior of Light in this regard. Fatty for Bartz continued. When Gilgamesh has a chance encounter with Snow, he shouts Bartz, and ends up picking a fight with what he believes must be his nemesis. There is a logic to these seemingly random actions. Gilgamesh is destined to find Bartz, but he doesn't know why. 2. Bartz must be destined to fight Gilgamesh, obviously. 3. Therefore, the only person who would dare fight him is Bartz, because, right? With his ironclad reasoning behind him, Gilgamesh assumes Snow must be a shapeshifted Bartz, and the rest is history. Or insanity. Snow and Gilgamesh are both excellent conversationalists. That is, if carrying on simultaneous monologues still counts. You have to feel bad for poor Celis. Cloud. Agent Grimoire, 21. Notes. Buster Sword. Chocobo haircut. Former member of Soldier. The quiet, serious type. Keeps us cool. Fights against the Federation with the League of S. Cloud in the League. The Grimorian Cloud used to work for Shinra as a member of Soldier. However, a certain incident caused their paths to diverge. Quistis asked Cloud to stay on with the League of S as a freelance mercenary, and Cloud agreed, under one condition. The condition. Cloud's condition for staying with the League with the League was this: Seed must agree to help him track a man down, and if Cloud should decide to pursue the manhunt alone, they must not interfere. Cloud seeks vengeance. His reasons are unclear, but when it comes to this one man, he goes blind with rage. Anti-champions. Inaccurate created the champions as a kind of antibody to make her worlds and the people within them stronger. When a menace like the Cogna appears, the champions awaken and fight it off. But there are also anti-champions who work not to save the world, but to destroy it. The man with the silver hair, whom Cloud is pursuing, is just one of these anti-champions. Naturally, their presence is not tolerated by a world for long, so the silver-haired man may have only a tenuous existence in Grimoire. The man with the silver hair. Cloud never explains why he holds such a fierce grudge against the silver-haired man. Still, Grimoire's mediums often suffer the same fate as their originals. You never meet Aerith in Grimoire, so the dots shouldn't be very hard to connect. Although Cloud's past haunts him, that doesn't mean he's doomed to dilly-dally, shilly-shally forever. After all, he's got both Tifa and his allies in the League of S to help him turn things around. Celis, Agent Grimoire, 18. Notes: Library Sentry in Tometown. Gallant and poised. Buddy-buddy with Cid, part steely soldier, part romantic. Celis and Cid. Celis and Cid go way back, and they're close as a result. He was the one who hired her to protect the Library of the Ancients. Now that Cid has become prone to rampages, the position has turned into a round-the-clock job. She's a little peeved about not being able to go out, but likes Cid enough to let it slide. Most of the time. Celis's time in the military has made her terse and businesslike when dealing with strangers, but once she gets to know you, she really opens up. Architects of a Better Tomorrow? The Federation looks favorably upon citizens who work to become architects, and rewards their efforts with a place at the cathedral, where they are guaranteed to live a life of luxury, happiness, and peace. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, the Federation has been selling this story for 100 years. More than enough time for the populace to build up a kind of a blind faith. And faith is a tough thing to dismantle, even with rational thinking. Once you've made up your mind, well, this is where Lon would say something about confection. But the important thing is, he understood that people are hard to change. Maybe that comes from experience. Not some opera floozy. Celis can be stubborn, but she's more receptive to what Cid says than you might think. So when he proposed that they put on an opera, she eventually found herself warming to the idea. Cloud, of course, had zero interest. But let's remember, this is a man who put on a dress and has put on a dress and gotten it done. Plus, he's got stage experience, at least at theme parks. If the libretto hadn't gotten inked up, Cloud might have given Celis a run for her money. Maria and Draco. Celis glimpses, for a moment, the possibility of a new career in opera. Then again, maybe it's not so new after all. Some of you might have noticed the lyrics and melody she was practicing. Good thing there weren't any 4-ton anvils in the library rafters. Cid, Agent Grimoire, unknown. 40 when he was human. Robot? Notes. Robot? Claims to be human. Talks fast. Zeke! Hopeless bibliophile. Local library menace. Man or mech? No matter how you slice it, Cid is a robot through and through. Nonetheless, he insists that he's human. Might as well humor him. Cid and Celis grew up in the same town and have known each other for years. He's lucky to have a good friend to step in and quiet him down whenever he occasionally enters robo-rampage mode. Part of the tradition. He's taken a number of roles and personalities over the years, but one thing is for certain, it's not Final Fantasy unless there's a Cid. He's even found his way into the spin-offs. Interestingly enough, Cid still wasn't brought to Grimoire like the other classic characters. However, the powers that be must have understood that conceptually, someone named Cid has to be born for the whole champion system thing to even work. And that's how Grimoire got its own unique Cid. Shentoto. From Final Fantasy XI. She's the only character here from Final Fantasy XI. Agent Grimoire, late 40s, according to Besaid's older folk. Pressing Shentoto for details is not advised. Notes. Doctor, Pantologist, Curse Professional, Black Magic Expert, speaks in rhyme. Ah ha 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 ha! Overbearing, but a certifiable genius. Do not make her angry. Always there to assist. When someone tells you that they're a specialist in curses, you immediately think bad thoughts. Still, a tool isn't good or bad in and of itself. It's all about how you use it, and Shintotto uses her knowledge of the hexing arts to solve problems for those in need. So, curse or not, it can be a good thing. Now that that's settled, who wants one? Shintotto's original soul was Taru, a race known for their diminutive stature. Not that it stopped her from towering above others in spirit, mind you. Luckily, here on Grimoire, everyone is already pretty tiny. When Shintotto's soul was born into a Lilican body, her vertical challenges vanished. Just getting started. Shintotto is the oldest medium you'll meet in Grimoire, if you exclude Charlotta and people removed from time's normal flow. That said, she still hasn't reached the age the original Shintotto was during the Crystal War. In other words, Shintotto's still got plenty of time to do great things in Grimoire. She's on your side, honest. Shintotto's pursuits are so lofty that she frequently forgets to connect with mere layfolk. And let's face it, her mastery of black magic and curses doesn't help public relations much either. But as evil as her hobbies make her sound, one thing should definitely be clear. No matter what schemes she's got bubbling around in that mysterious head of hers, you can bet it's always for the greater good. Shintotto has a proven track record in Besaid, and knows exactly how to keep the locals safe and happy. So if you thought she'd completely lost her mind when she tried to do the Quattro Queen in, never fear. Everything she does has a purpose. Titus, age in Grimoire, 17. Notes: super swimmer, reads underwater, believes in doing the right thing, always upbeat, blitzball. Titus lives in Besaid, and as you might have guessed, he's the best blitzball player around. Sadly, Besaid doesn't seem to have one of those impressive spherical stadiums. Athletic abilities off the chart. Titus was born to swim and play sports, and he uses his boundless stamina and agility to deal with rogue mirages and other troubles in the waters off Besaid. He's also gotten pretty handy with a sword. The fact that he almost measures up to the League of S's and more seasoned fighters like Squall, Cloud, and Lightning should tell you a lot about what he's physically capable of. Titus and Shintotto. Shintotto calls Titus the jock with the gills of a flounder, so it may seem as if she doesn't think much of him. On the contrary, they often work together to help the people of Besaid, and she values his talents quite highly, so don't let the unidirectional harsh wording fool you. They're actually good friends who share a healthy dose of mutual respect. Just a really nice guy. Nothing can stop Titus once he sets his mind on something. If you ask him for help, this brave and good-natured youth will never let you down. When Yuna was kidnapped, Titus chased her kidnapper all the way up the Crystal Tower. Some might call that idiotic, especially that since he'd barely had any battle training. But he was thinking with his heart, and that's nothing to sniff at. Since the battle with Bismarck, Titus and Yuna seem much closer. Perhaps their real journey is just about to begin. Terra. Age in Grimoire, 18. Esper Protector, Madeline. Notes: Magitech Armor, Slave Crown, Madeline. More powerful than she can begin to know. Enslaved. Terra grew up on the same continent as Celis, although they were not acquainted. She was another victim of Seguardis' many experiments. She may seem quiet and frail, but her courage and strength of will are superhuman. Terra fought hard to break free of Seguardis' slave crown and warn Rain and Lawn of the Herald's plans. She failed to get her message across, but considering the state she was in, that's understandable. Not a summoner. This may be a bit confusing, but Terra is not a summoner, even in Grimoire. While it may have appeared that her role in Seguardis' grand plan was the same as Capture summoners, Yuna, Aiko, and Radia, she actually functioned as more of a catalyst to the other three in his sinister ritual. Terra's birthright. Terra was the fruit of an unlikely love between a Mirage, an Esper, and a human. Her heritage enables her to interact with Espers in a fundamentally different way from summoners, granting her the ability to call upon and control them, even against their will. Terra's unique talents caught the eye of Seguardis. Even knowing she was a medium, he decided to take the risk, enslave her, and use her powers. However, Seguardis underestimated Terra's strength and the tenacity of her Esper guardian, Madeline, and soon discovered she was a difficult pawn to put into play. In the end, his clumsy efforts caused her to lose control completely, and there, his scheme should have fallen apart.
It was Lon and Rain who defeated Terra, her armor, and Madeline in one fell swoop. Ziguardus could barely contain his glee as he scooped up Terra's unconscious body and linked her to the Ultimate Gate. Once again, the twins had unwittingly furthered his plot. Terra has yet to learn of her origins or her potential. For now, she spends her time with Yuna and the other summoners, hoping to one day become a summoner herself. Cogna versus Machine. The main difference between the Cogna already in Gwemar, those beneath Figaro or Terra's Magitech armor, and the ones Brandilis summoned through the Ultimate Gate is the nature of their souls. The Cogna can be divided into two main categories: sentient Cogna that possess wills and souls of their own, and empty Cogna that do not. Sentient Cogna seek to propagate and destroy worlds. The empty ones, however, cannot reacquire a soul or propagate, and are therefore unlikely to pose a threat to the world. Terra's Magitech armor falls into the latter category, although it is largely a customized model created by Ziguardus. In case you were wondering, when Lon and Rain capture Cogna in L-boxes, the L-box merely copies merely the physical form, and not the Cogna's soul. Magitech armor and Madeline. The black Magitech armor that Terra controls is unique, an artificial Cogna Ziguardus created just for her. Terra never suspected this. In fact, she had assumed the armor was a mirage she herself had conjured up. However, the Magitech armor was designed to bind her powers and disrupt her leap to Madeline. Only after being separated from her armor was she able to reconnect with him. Therefore, when Madeline came to Terra's rescue earlier on the steps of Crystal Tower, it wasn't because she remembered him and called for help, it was because she and the armor had both gone berserk. This allowed her to subconsciously re-establish a link to Madeline, even though it meant he, too, lost control of his faculties and ran wild. Back to our conductor. Notes: train conductor, excellent conversationalist, is somehow everywhere at once. Your tickets, please. A series regular. Putting the conductor aside for the moment, Cactuars in general first appeared in Final Fantasy VI and have made their prickly mark on every numbered title since. They're known for their lightning-quick reflexes and their 1000 Needles attack. So which Cactuar have we got here? Well, if you look at the jerky animation and assume the conductor's soul was brought into Grimoire from the Final Fantasy VIII era, then you might be onto something. Lord of Locomotion. The Cactuar conductor single-handedly runs and mans a network of trains found in every corner of Grimoire. He's also a master of dodging. After all, who else can say he's made it through 50 years of Cactuaring without getting clocked even once? So he may be green, but he's definitely not green. Peachy Keen. Maybe you've heard the expression the conductor used, Peachy Keen, once or twice before. Did you know where it comes from? Did you know where it comes from, though? About 50 years ago, keen was another word for cool. And 50 years before that, folks called cool things peachy. Makes you wonder if people a century from now will be saying things like fat diggity or totes bodacious or carpe YOLO. Cringe. Let's just hope we're not around to see the worst of the fallout. Mr. Tonberry. Notes. Coliseum Manager. Gentleman. Calm and collected. Everybody's grudge. Or is it just karma? A series regular. Ah, the Tonberry. Ever since their first Final Fantasy appearance, these disturbing yet lovable creatures have appeared in nearly every installment. In the English-speaking world, they went through a bit of an identity crisis at first. For some reason, Tonberries were initially called pugs, despite looking nothing like dogs. Then again, they don't look like berries either. The Colosseum. The fog surrounding the Colosseum connects it to other worlds, specifically a set of divergent possible histories that have manifested as parallel worlds. Those other worlds have other Colosseums run by other Tonberries, who all work together to arrange contests of sport across what we'll just call the interspace for now. Moogle. Notes. Wandering pirate, avid reader, told the twins about the keys in the prophecy. A series regular. Since their first appearance in a Final Fantasy game, the Moogles and their trademark Koopo have gone on to appear in a number of stories inside and outside the FF universe. They're something of a mascot. In Final Fantasy VI, Moogles popped up on a black screen to provide players with hints. That seems to have cemented their role in Final Fantasy history as guides and purveyors of various player-friendly services. In our tale, Mog conveniently shows up to tell the twins about the keys they need. Does that make him a Deus Ex Machina? Transfig fashion. So you may be wondering if a coup pirate is just a regular Moogle in fancy clothes. Not so. Just like with any other Mirage, Mog here is able to transfig in and out of coup pirate form. It certainly helps him save on closet space. Moogle mischief. Most Moogles you'll meet are unrepentant pranksters, and this one's no different. Playfulness appears to be built right into their pom-poms. Old friends. Mog, the Cactuar Conductor, and the Master Tonberry go way back. In another time and another place, okay, actually another game, they were originally going to team up as the Cranberry Knights. Sadly, due to unavoidable circumstances, that particular tale had to go untold. Their personalities, however, live on in their adventures in Grimoire. Sildra. Notes: Ferris's closest friend, pirate ship power source. Sildra's clan. While seemingly a unique Mirage, Sildra used to have a larger family. Her clan is gone now, but at least one extant relative, the sea dragon Elasmus, appears to live on somewhere in Grimoire. Exceptionally talented, Sildra can single-handedly pull a ship through the ocean, drive off a band of Bahamutian soldiers in one blow, and even cross to the low seas. She's certainly impressive. However, Sildra wasn't summoned to Grimoire, nor is she merely some pet. Ferris found Sildra struggling in the river shallows. After going through a whole mess of trouble together, they became fast friends. Choco Chick. Age in Grimoire, unknown. Notes: a slightly undersized but otherwise ordinary Choco Chick. Or is she? You guessed it. Despite its new look, this little Choco Chick appears to have the same soul as the one who lived in that guy's afro. You know which one. But why Master? Although Chocolatte's soul has split into two, this more bird-like half seems like it's merely on translation duty. You're looking at her true form. So while this may appear to be an ordinary Choco Chick, she's the one calling the shots. She's the master. That said, you can more or less consider human and bird to be one in body and spirit. Mecha Chocobo. Notes: Cogna, transforming robot, but also a Chocobo. Hyperion's Enslaver. With the powerful black Chocobo Hyperion under its control, the Mecha Chocobo was plotting to create a new Chocobo world order. Thankfully, Bartz and his friends were able to put a stop to its machinations before they got off the ground. Cognification. When the Mecha Chocobo saw the strength of Boko's mind, body, and spirit, honed as they were through years of travel with Bartz, it abducted Boko and attempted to transform him into a loyal Cogna. Luckily, Bartz and Chocolatte came to the rescue and thwarted the Mecha Chocobo's plans. However, don't count this villain out for good. It will not rest until it has all of Grimoire in its feathery grasp. Chocobo Interpreter. Cogna, robot, or otherwise, a Chocobo can only quack. Thankfully, Chocolatte's Choco Chick partner was able to translate the Mecha Chocobo's very thoughts into human speech. Even Bartz, able to converse with Boko as he is, was bowled over by this unprecedented miracle of linguistics. Boko. Notes: Chocobo, Bart's best friend and traveling companion. Managed to converse with Bartz using only quack. Traveling buddies. When Boko was separated from his flock and nearly done in by a certain Mirage, things looked bleak. That was when Bartz appeared on the scene, and ever since, they've been the closest of friends. Mirages and humans bond easily on Grimoire, and this goes doubly for those whose original souls were linked in incarnations past. The summoners and their familiars, Ferris and Sildra, Terra and Madawin, Bartz and Boko, even Gilgamesh and Enkidu. The examples are too numerous to count. In the case of Boko and Bartz, their souls pulled the two of them together like a set of powerful magnets. Ifrit. Notes: one of the Pleiade. Another Nebula Guardian. Lord of Fire. Spends time at the gym. Sometimes goofs around. A series regular. Ifrit has been around since the Final Fantasy summoning system made its debut. Refer to them as Espers, GFs, Eidolons, Aeons, Avatars, Primals, whatever you want. But if there's a supernatural superforce to call on, you can bet Ifrit is somewhere in the lineup. Along with Shiva and Rama, he's one of the most familiar faces in the summon community. Extremely dangerous. The Grimoirian Ifrit has a reputation for being ill-tempered and violent, but contrary to public opinion, he is actually a very decent Mirage who cares deeply for the people of Grimoire.
He's even taken it upon himself to make sure no one accidentally stumbles into the Nether Nebula and gets hurt. To this purpose, he takes full advantage of the rumors about him, and leaps out to frighten any who wander in. His fondness for humans puts him at clear odds with another, less savory mirage in his tribe. The Nether Nebula, Part 1. Some mirages, especially those known as espers, have been summoned to Grimoire from their various homeworlds. Espers cannot travel between worlds on their own and, as a rule of thumb, only appear outside their homeworlds when called there by summoners. However, there are some places, like the Nether Nebula, where the barrier between worlds is thin enough to make the crossing. Ifrita puts the heat in Ifrit. Like soul food, literally. Extremely dangerous. In their homeworld, the Ifrits come in all shapes and sizes. The sheer variety of espers out there explains why an esper summoned in one world might be completely different from an esper of the same tribe summoned in another. Females like Ifrita are a rarity among her tribe. It's not just gender that sets her apart, though. She also has the ability to devour human souls to increase her own strength. She's got a bad habit of strolling from world to world, munching on any soul that catches her eye. She's actually quite terrifying, isn't she? You can see why the kind and caring Ifrit dislikes her so much. But there's more to Ifrita's soul-eating powers than just a hungry tummy. Her inner fire is similar to a phoenix's flames. Any soul she devours isn't just burned away, but sublimated and reborn into the A-worlds as a more powerful soul. Just how much Ifrita herself understands this process is uncertain. Pinch hitters. You may be wondering why Ifrita called Rydia and Yuna pinch hitters after they took her down. Well, Ifrita had been to her share of A-worlds, and while battling in one of them she learned how the champion system works, by replicating souls from other worlds. So you see, to her, Rydia and Yuna were no better than a pair of puppets who had stepped in to do someone else's dirty work. Shiva, one of the Pleiade, Nether Nebula Guardian, Queen of Ice, one eye not like the other, doesn't keep her cool as well as you'd think. A series regular. Shiva has been diamond dusting ever since the summoning system made its debut, and like Ifrit and Rama, she's a core member of the FF lineup who has shown up in almost every Final Fantasy since. Shiva's gone through a lot of changes over the years. She's turned up as a motorcycle, and a kind of super ice skater, had a family and not had a family. Icy as she is, she's never let her image freeze up. Not on bridge duty. As you may have figured out, the Shiva that specializes in making bridges is the one that hangs with snow. That's not to say this Shiva is incapable of making a bridge, and in fact, Charlotta managed to taunt her into it, but she certainly isn't about to go out of her way to do any extra work. Manhandler. Shiva tried to march right on home once she saw that Charlotta and Ruffio weren't accompanied by a cadre of hunky guys. But what exactly would she have done if there were men present? Freeze them up and use them to decorate her room? If you think about it, Shiva's been cooling her heels in the Nether Nebula for a while now. Does she have an icebox somewhere filled with frozen beefcake? Not anymore. Rama made her clean up her man freezer years ago. Shiva had to watch as Ifrit thawed her entire collection. Still, if given the chance, she'd love to start again. The Nether Nebula Part 2. In places where the barrier between worlds is thin, an Esper with the right knowledge doesn't need a summoner, because they can use the magic within any suitable human being as a conduit. In a word, they can summon themselves. However, a number of unlikely conditions need to first be met. The barrier must be thin enough, the Esper must be clever enough, and a powerful enough human conduit must wander within reach. Naturally, this makes such crossings a very rare occurrence. Chivalry. Notes. Self-proclaimed cool face of justice. Hopelessly cheesy, only hears what he wants to. Shiva's biggest headache. Chivalry believes without an iota of doubt that he is the very epitome of righteousness, and that it is his burden, nay his duty, to instill the proper values in all who stray off the ethical path. There are few things more irritating than having chivalry get on your case. He's as stubborn as an unfed chocobo and simply refuses to be reasoned with. At least, that's what Shiva will tell you. Also, in case you're wondering, just as there are relatively few Ifrit females, there are relatively few Shiva males. Not technically a villain. Why did Chivalry declare with such certainty that Shiva Ixion was evil? Chalk it up to experience. While traveling from world to world and righting wrongs, whether wrong or right, Chivalry has come up against the X9 Knights and the Cogna enough times to know their bad news. So when he saw that Shiva Ixion had a little machine in her, he decided it was his sacred duty as chief of the Shiva Justice Police to stop her before she could shame their tribe. Of course, this was all a big misunderstanding. So is he a villain? No. Is he a good guy? Also probably no. Let's not forget that to get into Grimoire in the first place, he had to bust his way through an innocent human. Whatever you want to call that kind of stunt, justice it just isn't. Rama. Notes: one of the Pleiad, Nether Nebula Guardian, Master of Lightning, calm, dignified, and strict, no-nonsense grandpa who keeps his nitwit companions in line. A series regular. Rama has been on the Final Fantasy summoning roster as long as Ifrit and Shiva. He doesn't have quite as many titles under his belt as his hot and cold friends, but it's not because he's any less revered. If anything, he tends to play a more important role in those times that he does show up. Bald or bold? Rama may look like he's seen a lot of wonders, but that's just how he presents himself in Grimoire. Don't assume that he's actually ancient. After all, you can whip up a Rama of your own in short order with a little fancy transfigging. Perhaps he's just choosing to appear this way to complement his wisdom, dignity, and power. The Nether Nebula Part 3. As rare as it is for espers to force their way across worlds, Luce's predecessor knew that even one such crossing could be disastrous, and so the then Queen of the Keepers tasked 3 of the Pleiad, Ifrit, Shiva, and Rama, to erect a special tri-elements barrier in the Nether Nebula to prevent this from ever coming to pass. For many years, the barrier worked, but unbeknownst to Rama, Ifrit and Shiva had been sneaking away from the nebula to goof around. And this time, he allowed 2 really bad apples to slip into Grimoire. Remuel. Notes: Rama's granddaughter appears to run on 4 magic AA batteries. Electrifiable hairdo. Darling Dynamo. Wait, Rama has a granddaughter? When did that happen? Where are her parents? Their family tree must be ziggier and zaggier than a bolt of lightning. Anyway, once Ryan and Lon stuff Remuel into a Prismarium, she joins the team as a new type of transfigged Rama. Not exactly eloquent. This little spark still has some growing up to do, but the well from which she draws her thunder magic is a lot deeper than her vocabulary. Remuel's power was so abundant and powerful from birth that she needed a way to control it. Her run with a Cogna provided just the ticket. She stole its body and modded it into a powerful magic pack. It allows her to store up magical energy while sleeping and release it in controlled bursts. The magic pack also has booster capabilities that help her to conserve electricity. It's not just her hair that likes to go green. Leviathan. Notes: one of the Pleiad, Queen of the Deep, aligned as a sea demon, currently on holiday in the low seas. A series regular. While Leviathan doesn't grace quite as many Final Fantasy titles as some of her peers, she's notable for her range. She's given crucial roles in some stories, and is relegated to the deep in others, but you'll never forget her once you see her. Capricious Queen. After spending a century under lock and, well, key, Leviathan was ready to cut loose. A well-deserved cruise was in order, a chance to see how Roshan Kingdom had changed. No wonder she was so annoyed by Addie's interruption. As ancient as she is, she called him Little Adamantoise, which seems to suggest she's been alive for unfathomable generations. Leviathan has always done what suits her in the moment, and she can quickly swing from friendly ally to terrifying foe. However, she has no less than a brilliant mind. Presented with Ferris and Sildra's misguided grudge, she could have crushed them where they stood, or else tried to clear things up. But instead, she made the wiser decision to humor the grudge and pretend to lose. Whimsical? Yes, but also generous at times. Then again, if Ferris, and Rain and Lon weren't strong enough,
Leviathan probably would have let that same whimsy of hers smash them to pieces. Take nothing for granted with the Queen of the Deep. Not fond of Bismarck. Few mirages get on Leviathan's nerves quite like Bismarck. He's just a puny little weakling, and yet he dares to oppose her. Unforgivable. It's no wonder, then, that Leviathan chose to side with Ferris's great-grandfather when Bismarck attacked him. But then it's also no wonder that she left Tycoon to fend for himself in perilous waters once the battle was over. After all, she does as she pleases and owed Tycoon nothing. Bahamut. Notes. One of the Pleiade. Anger management issues. Visits 91 Hills to find Lawn and Rain. A series regular. The classic of classics, Bahamut has had a place in the Final Fantasy universe since the very beginning. King of Dragons, the first sire, hallowed father to all Eidolons. Let's just say he's managed to collect a lot of imposing names over the years. And it's no wonder players keep welcoming him back with open arms. He's a dragon with wings, and he breathes fire. Fire so hot that it's mega fire. Plus, people keep giving him cool prefixes and suffixes like Neo and Zero. No Eidolon has ever had it so good. Naturally, with a flashy history like that, the Grimoirian Bahamut has also had to be dialed up to 11. Tia Babilo. You might think the name comes from Tiamat and Babylon or something like that, but we can assure you it's utter nonsense. Probably. Anyway. Bahamut hails from the world of Dragon Kings, a fearsome place inhabited only by those with near divine power. Most of these Dragon Kings have rather short tempers, so you can imagine what happens when you put them all together in the same room. It's a constant free-for-all where the weak are meat and only the strong survive. 16 of them prove themselves to possess power far greater than the rest. Among these 16 were Tia Babilo, one of the Grimoire's Pleiade, and Brandalus, the future X9 Knight. Tia Babilo was enraged Lord Brandalus had begun calling himself King of Bahamut, even though the struggle for dominance in their homeworld was nowhere near finished. Tia Babilo did not know that in another world his rival had bound himself to a man, to man and cyborg and become an X9 Knight. Their petty struggle was no longer Brandalus's concern. Brandalus's name. Brandalus comes from the X9 Knight's Esper name. His human name was Efrog. Pelennor and Sigwardus also took their Esper names, and not their human names Puil and Epona. Thus, it would seem that all three associate more with their Eidolon sides than their human sides. Perhaps this is why Pelennor, before attacking Eiko, asked Fenrir if they were truly enemies. Shouldn't he side with a powerful Esper like her instead of a human? This goes to show Pelennor has abandoned her humanity altogether. Odin. Notes. One of the Pleiade, Zantetsuken, rides Sleipnir, wanders in search of worthy swordsmen. A series regular. Odin is another classic character who has turned up in virtually every Final Fantasy with a summoning system. His trademark Zantetsuken can slice through anything, and he always appears with his beloved horse Sleipnir. A mounted swordsman who can demolish any enemy with a single blow? Awesome, right? No wonder he's popular. And he gets the celebrity treatment too, by playing a vital story role in more than one title. Battle Addict. Odin is always on the lookout for powerful warriors to test his blade on. His obsession is definitely not normal. Let's be honest here, the guy's a battle junkie. But he does have his standards. If you want to challenge him, get a sword or get out. You can see now why he was so put out to be forced to fight Lawn and Rain. During his service to the Demon Dyad, he reputedly wandered the land, calling out, "Any swordsmen around here? Anyone? Swordsman?" That may or may not be a direct quote. And 100 years of slumber didn't do much to change his hobbies. Until he ran into lightning, not a single fighter he found could last more than a second against him. No wonder people called him a butcher. Although sword quality was a big factor, even the incredibly talented Lightning barely survived her encounter with Odin. To her credit, and perhaps due to her soul's vast experience, Lightning sought outside help with her strategy. If Cloud had been the one fighting Odin, he would have just charged the guy, screaming. As invincible as Odin may seem, this guy's got one serious Achilles heel. Thunder and lightning have always been his downfall, and as Rain pointed out, Rama is the only one of the Pleiad that Odin has never been able to stand up to. Why does Odin fear lightning so much? Maybe one day, when he's transfigured, we'll learn the whole story. Diablos. One of the Pleiad. Devilish good looks, master of dreams and fantasy, decidedly icky personality. A series regular. Among the members of the Pleiad, Diablos is the most recent newcomer to Final Fantasy. Still, that genie in a bottle trick was memorable enough to land him a spot beside the legends. Don't be surprised if he pops up in more games. A wily adversary. Diablos slips between cracks of fantasy and reality to invade your dreams, seeing your greatest fears and your darkest desires, altering your memories, and destroying you from the inside out. His methods are sly, cunning, hard to spot until it's too late. He's one adversary that no one wants to face. The towns targeted by Diablos during the Pleiades' reign of terror were the most chilling to behold in the aftermath. Their buildings remained intact with hardly a scratch, but the mental suffering he inflicted reduced them to ghost towns all the same. Night hungers. What motivates this terror of terrors to cause so much hurt? Well, the Diablos and Grimoire strengthened their own dream worlds by dominating the dreams of others, feeding off their victims in order to grow and thrive. Some of the Diablos nurture happy thoughts and quiet dreams, simply sampling them and leaving the dreamers intact. Others, however, delight in the taste of nightmares. They're apparently delicious, and work to fill their victims' thoughts with horrors before robbing them of their dreams and their sanity. And Diablos was still one of the Dyad's servants. Rain and Lon did their best to cure him of his malevolent tastes. With a little encouragement, mostly hard discipline, Diablos managed to become slightly less nasty than he once was. Still, he reverted to his original dark tactics with Shulk, and it fell on the twins to once again step forward and give him a stern slap on the wrist. How many are there? Annie the Adamantoise. Notes: laid back and grandfatherly. Cares for his friends. Fearsome when angry. Commands respect. A series regular. Having first floated onto the scene in Final Fantasy's early days and stayed in fans' hearts since, the Adamantoise is the very meaning of longevity. He's huge and he's tough, and it's hard to forget a monster like that. Hard workers. Most Grimoire Adamantoises are quite meek and mellow when compared with to those found in other worlds. This makes them a regular target of bullying, and the situation that Lon and Rain found the Mini-Mantoise in was unfortunately not an isolated incident. When a little Mini-Mantoise finally transfigures into the massive Adamantoise, they gain significant strength. But big and strong though they are, their gentle nature gives them an inherent disadvantage in the dangerous waters of the low seas. Sadly, not many survive for very long. Addie, the Adamantoise the twins met, has managed to fend off these dangers long enough to grow to a truly gargantuan size. This he must use day and night to defend those he cares about from the low seas' many threats. Quattro Queen. I'm gonna pause for a second. Quattro Queen. Notes: young and pure of heart, makes a fuss over everything, always flanked by her attendants, refers to humans in the third person. Man thing! Also a big crybaby. The Quattro Ruby. A strange enchantment lies on the tears of the Quattro Queen, causing each one shed to crystallize into the famously rare and fabulously valuable Quattro Ruby. Each is said to be worth over 100 million gil. Because of the fantastic wealth attainable by making the Quattro Queen cry, mages, treasure hunters, and other seekers of fortune have infiltrated the sunken temple and caused her Quajesty undue amounts of pain and discomfort. Most of them were men, and the tortures visited upon her at their hands have caused her to come down with an acute case of androphobia. Now, the very sight of a guy puts her into a tizzy. Queen of the Quatchos. The Quattro Queen is, as evidenced by her name, the undisputed ruler of the Quatchos. In their community, only the most worthy Quattro may transfig into royalty. Lon, the special case.
Although the queen has a fear of men, she's more than strong enough to defend the sunken temple from nearly any comer. That Tonberry king was the exception rather than the rule. Even while sobbing in panic and terror, she has nevertheless sent man after man packing with a Quacho queen-sized footprint on his back. Thus, when Lon and Rain defeated her, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Lon's courageous and noble form. To sum it up, this little queen is smitten. However, her romantic experience level is currently at -1. Unable to understand the strange sensations boiling in that Quacho heart of hers, she descends into a confused fluster whenever Lon walks through the door, which makes her rather human, in a manner of speaking. Quacho. The Quacho Queen's attendants. Quacha! Look familiar? If you think you've seen these guys before, you probably have. They're based on a chatty penguin named Pavlov from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: My Life as a King. Pavlov was quite a character, and his species has found new life in Grimoire as the noble Quachos. One day, the Quachos may produce their own little weird talking bird named Pavlov, and won't that be something? A dapper duo. Miney and Mo serve as the Quacho Queen's attendants, and you can always find them by her side. Although they may look the same, they are their own Quachos. One's Miney, this is Mo. Got it? If you listen closely, you'll notice that Miney and Mo have their own distinctive voices. If you can't tell them apart by sight, how rude. Then maybe sound will do the trick. Anyway, when the time comes for a regime change, you can bet that a standout Quacho like these two will take the queen's place. Princess Goblin. Notes: Goblin ruler, helm horns that move as she emotes, inexplicably excited all the time. Always fired up. This feisty young lass is quick to develop crushes and even quicker to get the wrong idea. One thing she isn't quick about is settling the honk down. Tenacious, she insists on getting what she wants and getting in the last word. In short, what a handful. Still, goblins can be a reasonable bunch, and it seems that deep down their princess has a good heart. Perhaps that's why the Federation was able to take advantage of her and her kin. Ultros. Notes: Octopus. Corny one-liners. Whee! Annoying. Too hideous to be true. Does that make him a bad octopus? Series regular. Ultros first showed up as a kind of one-shot story character, and wasn't part of the main Final Fantasy lineup. However, he's been making a comeback in recent years, with full voice. Ultros' name comes from Orthros, a two-headed dog in Greek mythology. There's no explaining the mental leap from a dog to a weird purple octopus monster. One thing is for certain: his name comes from Orthros, but it definitely isn't Orthros. Guess the memo hasn't reached everyone yet. Sorry, so sorry. Unanimously hideous. Hera's a pure-hearted girl who always looks for the best in everyone, but even she had to agree with the prevailing opinion on Ultros. He really is too hideous to be true. Incredibly resilient. No matter how many times you beat this guy, he just keeps coming back for more. Wait, what if he's not coming back, but multiplying instead? No, that's too frightening of a prospect to even consider. If Ultros hadn't shown up in Tome Town and ruined everything, we might have gotten to see Celes and Cloud take the opera stage together. I'm sure some people hate Ultros all the more now for spoiling that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Undead Princess. Age in Grimoire? Immeasurable. She's been alive, or undead, for quite a while, but Charlotta's still older. Notes: dead, but has a great hex life. Down to earth when she drops the spooky act. Not especially princess-like. Not the undead you expected? What were you hoping for? Lich? Oh, sure, he's been the death of the FF party since the series' beginnings, but sorry, you won't get a chance to put him back on the ground on this adventure. Still, you might have heard his name come up in conversation, right? That means he's in Grimoire somewhere. Roles reprised. Is she really working 24/7 for Charlotta's solace now? Apparently even here, she's Charlotta's punching bag. Shiva Ixion. Notes: a type of Shiva, travels with snow. Shiva on wheels. Ixion is her name, and Shiva is her tribe. You can call her the Icy Cycle, or the Icicle for short, but don't expect her to like it. On a less silly note, Shiva Ixion has the ability to enter Gestalt mode, aka motorcycle mode, of her own free will. Pretty handy. Not a familiar. Shiva Ixion's bond with Snow is a bit different from that of a familiar and a summoner. A while back in a certain town, they came to each other's rescue and have stuck together since. In that sense, the relationship is similar to Ferris and Sildra's. Shiva Ixion is an incredibly rare type of Shiva, the only of her kind in Grimoire. Noctis! Wait, what? How did he get here? Noctis, age in Grimoire, 20. Notes: loves fishing, drifter, twist of fate brought him to Grimoire, ultimate fate in Grimoire, yet unknown. Young man who loves to fish. Noctis is a true fishing enthusiast who can spend entire days fishing at his favorite spots. It is said that the fish he catches are subsequently cooked by a personal chef, suggesting he comes from wealth. He is not the greatest conversationalist and can be hard to get to know. One would think he would be in a better mood when fishing, but that is only the case when the fishing is good. His dream is to one day catch the legendary god of the sea spoken of in Grimoire's ancient tall tales. Cecil, age in Grimoire, 20. Notes: paladin, on a quest to save someone dear to him. Hails from the legendary land of Baron. Search for the Night Queen. Cecil is a traveler who possesses a normal aura and is highly attuned to the energy of the moon. He's on a quest to find a desert flower called the Night Queen, which he needs to cure his comrade of sunstroke. Though usually calm and collected, Cecil becomes agitated and reckless when a person named Rosa is involved. His care and concern for Rosa leads him to rush back to her after finding the Night Queen. But the sunstroke victim she has been caring for may have actually preferred for him to take his time. Mel. Age: immeasurable, due to his alternate interpretation of time. Notes: incorruptible integrity, perfect gentleman, a true cameo. Navigator of another world. A mirage that served a keeper called Player on another world. Like Tama and Seraphi, he has a long history with Inna Crow. However, due to his somewhat complicated relationship with the supreme being of the A-worlds, he does not appear in the forefront as much as the aforementioned two. It is said that there are several other mirages in similar circumstances. True form. Like Tama and Seraphi, Mel possesses a transfigured form, but it is said he also possesses a giant form that exists in several different phases. These are said to be his true forms, but they are still unconfirmed and shrouded in mystery. Stola. Age in Grimoire, 23. Eternally. Notes: cat ears and tail. Resistance movement member. May have been a champion in the past. A mysterious organization. In the Grimoire, before Rain and Lon awoke, there was an organization that quickly caught on that the Bahamutians were a threat to the world and moved to thwart them through various means. Y'shtola was a member of this organization, which through their use of the code word Wild Rose can be speculated to be connected with the resistant movement that Furion belonged to. On a side note, the Y at the beginning of her name, akin to a last name, is her clan name, akin to a last name, making Stola her first name. And that's it! There we go. Wow, that was 2 hours of reading. Okay. And there's only one thing missing. Okay. Oh, no, I've got 5 things missing. Okay, well, I'm not finding them. We're done. I'm going to go back, I'm going to save, and that will be it for this game. Ah, there we go. Now the Who's Who says 90%. That's what it should say. Alright. That's it. We're done with this game. When we come back next time, it will be a different game altogether. Yay! At any rate, that's going to be all for today, so thanks for watching, and I hope to see you next time.